Recording in progress.
Chair, I think we're all set.
Meeting of the Planning Commission for Tuesday. Oh, sorry, I need my things on. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Planning Commission on Tuesday, May 9th, 2003. We'll now take roll call. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you, Chair. Cater Thompson?
Here.
Wisman?
Here.
Rackison?
Here.
Bauer?
Here.
Hooper?
Here.
McErlane?
Here.
Potter?
Here.
Looks like all are present.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Ellis. We'll now move on to general public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are not on the agenda tonight, and that is within the Planning Commission's matter jurisdiction. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the Planning Commission, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 15 minutes. If you would like to make a comment on something that is not on tonight's agenda, so that's Oyster Cove, please fill out one of these forms in the back and give it to the clerk. Right now we have one speaker card, and we'll go ahead and start that, and that is Taryn. Taryn, you may come to the podium. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I have 2 comments or questions, really. The first one is last Planning Commission meeting. Thank you, Commissioner Rackison, for asking about having Zoom integration into the meetings, which is really important for social equity. I am recovering from COVID. I'm exhausted. It's really hard to get here. So I want to ask, Andrew Triple, can you please tell us when the Zoom commencement when the Zoom integration will commence, so we don't have to emit carbon to get here when it's difficult to get here enough. Thank you for that. My second question, there were several big Earth Day events in Sonoma County recently. Great opportunities to meet environmentally inclined community members and professionals. It was a great opportunity. I had opportunity to talk with a water board official and a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers engineer. I talked with them, of course, because I live in the flood zone, about, what do you guys think about all of this riverfront development? Then we're not even doing runoff analysis anymore. And they said, well, actually, it's the big joke. We ask ourselves, what the heck is going on in Petaluma? Why is Petaluma still building on the riverbanks? Why are they not getting off the riverbank? And I said, well, I don't know. I'm not an engineer here, but definitely. I heard recently, right, at a couple months ago, Planning Commission meeting where I forget which commissioners were pushing back on, maybe it was the Scott Ranch project, the development there on the creek with all the endangered species and the poor red-legged frog that we just threw in harm's way, so to speak. And I think Commissioner Rackison was asking about soil quality, about water quality. Maybe it was a different project. I might not be remembering it. But I do also remember that the M Group development consultants, I don't know, was it Heather Hines or Andrew Triple, that you directed the Planning Commission, if I'm remembering correctly, that's not in your purview. Commissioners do not make any decisions to approve or deny developments based on things like soil quality, based on things like water quality. Don't look at that. Air quality, don't look at that. And so, and then I remember Chair at the time, Potter, also stepped in and said, no, that's not in our purview to look at soil quality, to look at water quality. And these 2 people, their mouths just dropped open. They're like, that's entirely untrue. That's not true. It's the exact opposite. In fact, we rely on cities as a first line of defense. You know your city's best. You've got boots on the ground. You live there. You know your neighborhood's best. You walk the banks of the river, the banks of the creeks. You 100% should be paying attention to water quality, soil quality, air quality. So here's my second question, because I don't know if they got it right? You guys were all saying, hey, don't do that, planning commissioners, just, approve, money. I'd like to get an answer to where in our IZO, where in our codes, which ordinances, which charter of the planning commission, where is the verbiage that says disregard environmental impacts? Thank you. Please provide that answer. I'd appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Ms. Obaid. Well, now, Ms. Ellis, were there any other general comments received online?
No, there were not.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go ahead now and close public comment. We'll now move on to the approval of minutes from April 25th, 2023. Are there any edits or changes that any commissioners' liaisons would like to bring up? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and approve those minutes. Okay, we'll go now and move on to meeting item number 2, the public hearing for the Oyster Cove project. Okay, this is a resolution recommending the City Council adopt or approve entitlements for the Oyster Cove mixed-use neighborhood project, including an initial study mitigated negative declaration and mitigated monitoring and reporting program, general plan amendment, zoning map amendment, and tentative map for subdivision and condominium purposes with associated smart code warrants. So at this time, I would like to invite our Vice Chair Hooper to state the reason that he'll be recusing himself tonight.
Thank you very much, Chair. I live within 100 feet of the proposed site, and my spouse also works in a nonprofit directly next door that could be affected one way or the other. So I want to make sure to not create a situation where any vote or comment could look biased in that way. And I've also spoken with the city's legal staff.
Nice. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hooper. So you'll go ahead and recuse yourself now, and thank you for starting the meeting with us, and we'll see you later. Okay, so right now, I'd like to also invite any commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications that they may have had, and I'll start on this side with our liaison, Cater Thompson.
I have met with the proponents, the developers.
Okay. Commissioner Wisman?
Yeah, I also had a presentation via Zoom online from the developers.
Awesome. Okay. Commissioner Rakison? Okay. And I had a Zoom meeting also with Urban Mix and UDA. Commissioner Caroline?
I also met with a Zoom presentation.
Okay. Commissioner Potter?
On May 3rd, 2023, I met via Zoom with the development team, and we discussed similar general information that's contained in the public packet.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Potter. Okay, thank you for that. We'll go now, and I will invite our staff, that would be our planning manager, Andrew Triple, to continue the staff presentation. Thank you, Mr. Triple.
Great. Thank you, Chair Bauer, and good evening, members of the commission. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And I also want to introduce this evening my colleague, Senior Planner Crystal Rizzi, who is joining me, and she'll be contributing to this evening's presentation, particularly in the area of CEQA analysis. So the project before us this evening for review before the commission is the Oyster Cove Mixed-Use Neighborhood Project. And as Chair Bauer noted, the commission is being asked to make recommendations to the council regarding the initial study mitigated negative declaration, a proposed general plan amendment, a zoning map amendment, and a tentative map for subdivision and condominium purposes. So this evening's presentation will include a bit of context setting information, then we'll move on to the project information, a CEQA review that was completed, general plan amendment considerations, zoning map amendment, tentative subdivision map, and followed by staff recommendation. So context, I wanted to talk about a few principles and concepts. In your staff report, we shared the smart growth principles that the applicant has reported as guiding design of the project. And it seems like we perhaps have not talked about smart growth in a while. And so I wanted to bring those forward because they are very much foundational for a variety of the principles and concepts that we do talk about regularly, including transit-oriented development, 15-minute neighborhoods, and mixed use. Additionally, the smart growth principles were foundational for smart codes or form-based codes that came into being in the early 2000s. And so we tend to see a natural sort of DNA that's manifesting from the smart growth principles into concepts that we're employing today through our general plan update, as well as through the regulatory framework that the project is subject to. Additionally, I wanted to briefly mention the sixth cycle housing element that was adopted in March of this year by the council. And we'll talk later about the project's connection to the sixth cycle housing element and how it would implement the housing element. So as we've said, the Phase 1 entitlements include the MND, the general plan amendment and such, as well as associated smart code warrants that are necessary in some cases for approval of the tentative map. That would include the removal of the Hopper Loop Road, a modification to the minimum ground floor ceiling height requirement, modification to allow commercial activity within the ground floor space depth, a reduction in the minimum lot size width and depth, a reduction in the minimum required main body width, elimination of the required private open space, and modification of the parking location requirements. Then in the Phase 2 entitlements would be site plan and architectural review. So the role of the Planning Commission this evening is to review entitlements for Phase 1 entitlements for recommendation to the council, with the council being the decision-making body for the Phase 1 entitlements. However, to some degree, the tentative subdivision map, well, not to some degree, in a very real way, the tentative subdivision map and the request for associated warrants would set the framework then for the subsequent design review process that would result in site plan and architectural review application. The SPAR application would include site plan approval, architectural design consideration, materials, preliminary landscape plan approval, as well as signage, wayfinding, and other aspects as necessary and appropriate. When SPAR does come before the Planning Commission, should Phase 1 entitlements be approved and adopted, then Planning Commission is the review authority for SPAR. So some project milestones for these Phase 1 entitlements. The application was submitted in March of 2022. PBAC reviewed it in June of 22, followed by a neighborhood meeting and a Planning Commission study session in late June of 2022. The project was then modified in response to PBAC and Planning Commission comments and was resubmitted and deemed complete by planning staff in November of 2022. Then about a month ago, staff published the initial study and mitigated negative declaration with a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for a required 30-day review, which was completed on May 8th. So the project site is located on D Street and Copeland Street, as well as adjacent to Lakeville Street. It does sort of represent a C design hugging the McNear Canal, as well as forming one of the banks of the Petaluma River. It's comprised of 3 parcels, totaling approximately 6.13 acres. The 100 D Street parcel, which is the larger of the parcels, is approximately 3.86 acres. Then 0 East D Street, which is the corner parcel here, is about 0.6 acres. And then the remainder of the project site is addressed as 0 Copeland Street and is approximately 1.6 acres. The general plan land use designation for a majority of the site is mixed use, with a smaller portion here on the 100 East D Street parcel of approximately 1.86 acres as a river-dependent industrial, as well as the zoning then corresponds to general plan land use designations. So in terms of the project context, and the applicant will be going into this in greater detail, We do want to note that this is a 1,000-foot buffer around the project site, so approximately a quarter of a mile. We do have proximity to downtown Petaluma, situated here across the river. And then we also have the SMART site, which is over here, the Petaluma Copeland Street Transit Mall. It's an employment-rich area. There's a lot of commercial retail and service activity, as well as some industrial employers up in just outside of the 1,000-foot buffer, as well as further down Lakeville Street. Again, access to commercial retail and services, the variety of entertainment opportunities in the form of restaurants, cinemas, and museums, public gathering spaces, the river trail that is currently aligned with the McNear Canal, and then also extends further on up through where it's been developed in the downtown area. A steamer landing park immediately adjacent, followed by the future Petaluma River Park further on down the peninsula. And then it's within about a mile or a mile and a half of McKinley School, Petaluma Junior High School, and Petaluma High School. At present, the general plan land use, as I mentioned, is a majority of it is mixed use, with a small 1.86 acre portion that is designated river-dependent industrial. And then the current zoning is, again, a majority of it reflects the urban center T5 zoning of the Central Petaluma Specific Plan regulating zoning map, with the same portion designated river-dependent industrial also zoned with the implementing zoning district. So a brief overview of the project data, because I know the applicant will be providing more detailed information. They are proposing 132-unit residential mixed-use development. That includes 121 attached townhomes, with 20 reserved for affordable housing to moderate and low-income households. That does reflect compliance with the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. The units would range between 1,300 to 1,900 square feet, be 2 to 3 bedroom design, and include 1 to 2 car garages. 11 of the units fronting East D Street would be live-work units of approximately 2,100 square feet. The total ground floor workspace, or that would be defined during SPAR, would total about 9,000 square feet. So we do have ground floor activating uses along East D Street. And then the Oyster Shed adaptive reuse would be considered for commercial and public use both, with approximately a 6,000 square foot boathouse, about 1,500 square feet of covered public space, with the remainder being commercial space for use as a restaurant or some other commercial use. So the tentative subdivision map, because the site plan informs Phase 1 entitlements, but is reviewed specifically during Phase 2, we really turn to the tentative subdivision map to look at sort of the bones of the project, if you will, and how the subdivision of the parcels would result in the 22 lots needed to produce the desired condominium development. And we can see here we have the parcels arranged along an interior network of alleyways, as well as there's pedestrian walkways throughout, connecting buildings, connecting the residences to the river trail, to the parks further on down in the peninsula, to D Street, and to the river walk. And then lot 22 represents the Oyster Cove, or the Oyster Shed project, which would be the adaptive reuse and would include that commercial and public space. So the illustrative site plan then is again reflective of how through the design development process, then the tentative subdivision map would be manifested. And we can see here the arrangement of the buildings. We see more clearly the interior alleyways, how the project is flanking Copeland Street and incorporating the existing, I get confused which river park it is. I think it might be the riverfront park. and then crossing on over Copeland Street and coming down and continuing the same development pattern along East D Street and then further on down the river. Up here in the upper right-hand image, then, we can see the pedestrian and bike network that would be established. As we'll discuss later on, all of the alleyways that are internal to the project would receive a public access easement, and so the public would be able to move through the alleyways, in addition to being able to access parking that would be on-site for steamer landing, but off-site for the Oyster Cove project here at the entry point to the steamer landing park. And then we can also see the pedestrian access from East D Street as it traverses the Oyster Shed commercial area, continues on down the promenade or multi-use trail, further on down to the peninsula. And then in the lower right-hand is just images illustrated the vehicular access network. So the public benefits of the project briefly include development of a multi-use promenade along the Petaluma riverfront, a multi-use path with dedicated bike lane along East D Street, as was described in the staff report and project information. That is it's a separated multi-use path at street front and at grade, and then a higher level path that would provide direct access to the live-work units. It will provide 20 new affordable units in the downtown area, include a new signalized intersection at East D and Copeland Streets. That signalized intersection would allow for signalization between that intersection and the Lakeville Street intersection of D Street to be synchronized remotely. Additionally, it would provide for new on-site parking at the Steamer Landing Heritage Center. Of course, adaptive reuse of the Oyster Shed as a public amenity. It would result in improvements to the river trail, improved access to Steamer Landing and the Petaluma River Park. And then finally, in addition to the public improvements that the project would be making, as well as those off-site improvements to River Trail and to Steamer Landing Park, the project would additionally be required to pay approximately $30,000 in commercial development housing linkage fees, about $900,000 in open space and parkland acquisition and development fees, and approximately $1.7 million in traffic development impact fees, which would then go to supporting those various city-led efforts that are not directly associated with the project. So then for this part of the agenda about CEQA review, I'm going to go ahead and ask Crystal to provide comment.
Sure. Do you want to advance the slides for me? Okay. All right, you can go to the next one. All right, so as was mentioned, a draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project, which was published for public review on April 7th for a 30-day public comment period. That was also sent to applicable state agencies, and then the comment period ended yesterday at the end of the day. The MND concluded that the project could result in potentially significant impacts to a variety of resource areas, as you see listed here. However, the MND did conclude that all project impacts could be mitigated to less than significant by implementing the recommended mitigation measures, which are also set forth in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, as well as the project's compliance with the existing municipal code requirements and other city standards. In addition, the applicant has agreed to implement the mitigation measures that are identified in the MMRP. One revision that we would like to note to the MMRP, which doesn't change the substance of the mitigation, but rather clarifies who the approval body is for this mitigation. And this was brought up, the applicant had some concerns about who the oversight was, and so we did reach out to the Regional Water Quality Control Board, who informed us that there is a process where the applicant can apply for those agencies to determine who would have oversight of those cleanup efforts. And so this represents the modified mitigation measure to clarify who that oversight authority is. A handful of public comments were received related to the environment. Some were kind of intermingled with the merits of the project, and so we, went through it and tried to summarize what the community's concerns were related to the environment. A handful of comments related to traffic, and one specifically related to the impacts of project-generated traffic on the ability of emergency response to get to the east side if there was an emergency. Impacts related to flooding were a common concern of the community, impacts to biological resources, including wildlife and their habitat. And then there was an assertion that an EIR should be prepared for the project, citing the fair argument test related to substantial evidence that there would be a significant impact related to wastewater discharge and flooding. Also, an assertion that the project is inconsistent with general plan policies related to environmental protection. And we did receive one public comment, I think around 5 p.m. this evening, that I think was forwarded to the commissioners, stating that the preparation of the MND represented piecemealing under CEQA. And so on the next slide, I'll go ahead and kind of clarify a couple of those points. So a full response to comments will be prepared as part of the final MND. So if the commission chooses to recommend approval of the MND to the City Council, staff will prepare that final MND, which can include revisions to that document to clarify any points that are needed. Also just want to touch on the point of substantial evidence. So when we're talking about fair argument, substantial evidence needs to include facts, fact-related reasonable assumptions, and expert opinions that are based on fact, and it does not include argument, speculation, unsubstantiated opinion or narrative, or clearly inaccurate or erroneous evidence. So we did do a little bit of research on the wastewater discharge comment. I think where this was coming from is that there was a study that was done by Woodard and Curran and presented by the Public Works team to the City Council, which showed that the C Street pump station is not operating at capacity and that it was resulting in some sanitary sewer overflows during wet weather events. However, I would like to clarify that the project is not connecting to that area. The sanitary sewer will be connecting into the 24-inch main that's located on Hopper, and we did receive confirmation from our Public Works Department that there is sufficient capacity at that location to serve the project. Oh, and sorry, I did want to touch on the flooding issue. I realize we don't have a bullet point for that, but a portion of the project is located in the floodplain. However, the project will be elevated out of the floodplain and it will go beyond the requirements that are listed in the IZO because they are also addressing sea level rise. And to be clear, sea level rise is considered an impact of the environment on the project and not vice versa. So it's not technically an issue that we look at under CEQA. However, we do include information in the MND for informational purposes.
Great, thank you, Crystal. Next, we'll turn to the general plan amendment. And as we had seen earlier, the general plan land use amendment proposes amending the 1.86 acre portion of the site from river-dependent industrial to mixed use. Doing so would result in consistent land use designation across the entirety of the 6.13 acre site. Additionally, the project is consistent and implements a variety of policies contained in the current general plan related to land use, community design, character, and green building, the natural environment, mobility, and economic impact. So this is perhaps a good time to talk about, we know that we have a general plan update that's taking place. The first step of adopting the housing element, which is part of the general plan, that was adopted by City Council in March of 2023, of earlier this year. This 132-unit project was included in the sixth cycle housing element. And so in terms of this general plan amendment, while it is sort of happening at this point in time, prior to the land use alternatives coming forward for review, it is actually implementing the sixth cycle housing element in advance of the general plan update. So in terms of administration and findings, the general plan does recognize that it may be subject to site-specific amendments needed from time to modify policies or due to changed conditions such as development on a site. So we do find this as an example of a case where development on a site is being proposed different from the general plan land use designation, but the site is generally vacant. It's currently only being used for outdoor storage, and so the use of it as an industrial site is limited, as well as the fact that the general plan did anticipate that at least the remainder of the site would be developed for mixed use. Additionally, we find that General Plan Goal 1-G-1 seeks to maintain a balanced land use program, including residential, employment, retail, and institutional and other uses. And so this project would further the balanced program by providing residential development. Land Use Policy 1-P-1 promotes a range of land uses at varying densities and intensities intended to serve the community need. And so the community's need for housing is great. The desire for housing in the downtown area is significant, as well as the fact that this would be a condominium project for unit for sale units that can contribute to generational income and growth of an investment is something that's quite desirable from a housing perspective. And then finally, Policy 1-P-6 encourages mixed-use development, as well as opportunities for increased transit access. This project being located across the street from both the SMART rail station as well as the Transit Mall does that, in addition to being located in close proximity to downtown, would enhance pedestrian and bicycle activity. As I mentioned, it was identified in the six-cycle housing element. And then finally, from an administrative perspective, Government Code Section 65358 does allow general plan amendments when they're deemed in the public interest to do so. And so I think by referring to the policies that this project would implement, and in general how it's aligned with the principles and that we're currently discussing related to transit-oriented development, 15-minute neighborhoods and such, we do find that it is in the public interest to do so. So then we'll turn to the zoning map amendment. And again, the zoning map amendment would propose a rezoning of that portion of land that's currently zoned River Dependent Industrial District, or D3, by the CPSP regulating plan to the Urban Center T5 zoning district, which would allow for mixed use. Also, as we see in the image on the right, not only would it allow for mixed use, but that zoning would then be consistent with quite a bit of the mixed use zoning that is arranged along the river and between D Street and Washington Street and beyond. So the IZO may be amended, or pursuant to the IZO, you can change the zoning map by changing the boundaries of the district whenever public necessity and convenience and general welfare require such an amendment. You do need to find that the proposed amendment is in general conformity with the general plan and any applicable plans. There are a variety of applicable plans for this project site, ranging from the Petaluma River Access and Enhancement Plan to the Central Petaluma Specific Plan, the SMART TOD Plan, and so forth. And as we'll see, and as we demonstrated in the staff report, the project does support a variety of goals and policies in all of those plans. So to amend the zoning would result in the adoption of, would support the development of new housing, including affordable housing, provide a variety of public benefits, including new multimodal transportation infrastructure and public spaces. It would also create a single zone for a single parcel of land, that being the project site, and allow for one set of rules to apply to the site, which would then be important when we look at the SPAR, Phase 2 SPAR application. I think perhaps more importantly, from the perspective of pairing a general plan amendment and a zoning map amendment, if you find that you wish to recommend approval of the general plan amendment, then you would want to recommend approval of the zoning map amendment to ensure that the implementing zoning district is changed. So then we come to really the bones of the project in the form of the tentative subdivision map for condominium purposes. And as was provided in your project information, we do again see the tentative subdivision map that shows the 22 lots as well as the interior network of alleyways that would comprise the project and create sort of the core of the project upon which then your SPAR, you'll see in the SPAR application, architectural design and so forth would be advanced. So in terms of policy alignment and findings, we reviewed of course, the general plan, the bicycle and ped plan, the river access and enhancement plan, the specific plans specifically in the areas of land use, community design, public space and river access, and circulation. And then the TOD master plan and smart code amendments, as well as the Title 20 subdivision regulations in the Petaluma Municipal Code, and then applicable sections of the implementing zoning ordinance. I do want to comment on the warrants, and it does, warrants I think are, the way that I like to understand them at least is I don't think of them as variances. I think of them as really being tools to provide the flexibility needed to implement the SMART code. And the SMART code recognizes that because it is in part a form-based code, that there may be some flexibility needed to respond to the intent of the SMART code. And so these warrants seek to do so. They have been identified as either required or requested if required. So for instance, the first warrant that requests removal of the required Hopper Loop Road as described in the thoroughfare regulating plan of the Central Petaluma specific plan, to remove the Hopper Loop Road from where it's proposed to extend Copeland Street around the McNear Canal over to Hopper Street is a requirement in order for the tentative subdivision map to proceed. Doing so would maximize utility and usability of the waterfront for non-vehicular purposes, and it would also reduce the overall impervious surface adjacent to the river. And then, as we've mentioned earlier, the river trail would be improved in its entirety along the McNear Canal. Then second, we have a request for a modification to change the minimum ground floor ceiling height requirement for residential and all other uses from 10 feet and 14 feet respectively to a minimum of 9 feet for all uses if required. The intent of these requests for warrants where it says if required is so that when the development team enters into the design process, should the phase one entitlements be adopted and approved, then that would give them the flexibility that they need to design to the intent of the variety of plan policies and the SMART code. So then next we have a modification to allow commercial use activity within the minimum 30-foot ground floor space depth. That would allow for the live-work units to be implemented along East D Street. Then we move on to the minimum lot size width, change from 18 feet to 16 feet, and depth from 80 feet to 36 feet. If required, this would allow the project to maintain its density as proposed and to ensure that there's a mix of uses throughout the project. Then a modification of the main body width from 18 to 36 feet, with 36 feet being the maximum, to 16 to 34 feet if required. And again, to help maintain the project density as proposed in the mix of uses. Next would be elimination of the private open space requirement for townhome building types. And this is requested to again maintain the appropriate project density, but also reflects the project's proximity to the existing steamer landing park, the future Petaluma River Park, as well as River Trail and other parks and open spaces within that 1,000-foot buffer or quarter mile of the project site. And then finally, a modification to parking location to allow enclosed parking to encroach into the second layer which would be within the first 20 feet of the unit ground floors. And this is needed in order to maintain a walkable and inviting streetscape. The alleyways throughout the project are sized appropriately to allow for emergency vehicles to access. So essentially, they're the width of a minor street, approximately 26 feet. However, there would not be any on-street or on-alley parking provided within the interior of the project. So in that sense, then, the garage parking does become important for project residents. A couple of other things that I would like to touch on while we're talking about the tentative subdivision map. And the first is an emergency vehicle access easement, which is being required by the fire marshal for this project. Given the unit count, 2 points of access are required. The primary point of access is from the public right-of-way on Copeland Street, and so a second point of access is also required. The applicant is proposing that they would take this access from Hopper Street, and it would be emergency vehicle access only. As is described in this image, you can see in the darker gray area where the river trail currently is planned. The river trail is implemented, but it's in a gravel state. And as it does cross over what is the Vulcan land property, which you can see is a finger that extends out in this area, it does cross over the Vulcan land property without benefit of a public access easement. So as what the city has been working on in partnership with Vulcan Lands Incorporated and the development team is to exchange this land with other portions of the Vulcan site that are being used by Vulcan but owned by the city in order to align property ownership with the use of the land. When that does happen, then an emergency vehicle access easement would be required over that portion of the land to be owned by the city. And just a side note on that, on the May 23rd Planning Commission agenda, there will be a proposal for a general plan conformance determination that is required and would facilitate that land exchange. And then second would be a public access easement. At present, there's a public access easement that's recorded against all of the properties on the proposed project site, as well as extending across the steamer landing parcel, which is owned by the city. As you can see here, it's generally bounded by these red dotted lines, and it's intended to be a 30-foot wide private road easement that essentially bisects the project site to provide access to the Lot 2 steamer landing parcel that's owned by the city. The development team, as part of this project, has proposed that the public access easement would be honored and public access would be provided, except that it would be provided through the alleyway network that is designed throughout the site. So as we can see here, and I intentionally used the fire access analysis because the alley network, being approximately 26 feet wide, can support a fire ladder truck, which is approximately 50 feet long, and it must have a minimum surface support of 70,000, either 50,000 or 70,000 pounds. So this alleyway network, in being able to, as demonstrated here, being able to facilitate movement of a fire truck throughout the project site and then on down to the steamer landing parcel, it would be able to also support any large truck moving through the project site. And then, of course, the public access easement would allow for the public to access via the alleyway network. So I want to briefly touch on revisions to public works conditions of approval as well as fire marshal conditions of approval. In working with the development team and public works, we have slightly modified the condition of approval regarding the river trail and promenade designs for those multi-use paths. And the river trail would be designed for multiple uses, walking and bicycling. It would have a minimum 10-foot wide cement surface with a 2-foot wide shoulder of some pervious surface, such as desiccated granite, on either side of the river trail for a total improved width of at least 14 feet. And there is ample width on the river trail throughout to improve as required. And then second, the pedestrian promenade along the Petaluma River would be comprised of a minimum 10-foot wide paved concrete surface. The pedestrian promenade is included in a 12-foot wide public access easement. Then all landscaping shall meet city standards for low water use. We eliminated the requirement that irrigation be installed for recycled water use because there's no plans for recycled water to be made available at this location. Condition 56, we added onto the frontage improvement requirements in order to recognize that by constructing the required signalization at the intersection of East D Street and Copeland Street, the project would be bearing a significant cost burden when that signalized intersection would also be required for adjacent development across the street. And so the additional text that the city will coordinate with the applicant to develop a cost reimbursement agreement to provide for the fair share of costs for future, to be distributed to future adjacent projects for which there is a nexus for signalization. And then revisions to conditions of approval provided by the fire marshal. These revisions are really just bringing the conditions of approval into a line with current fire code that has been recently adopted. So we have that just a requirement with regard to the type of sprinkler systems, portable fire extinguishers, and then the type of lettering that would be required on the exterior, the illuminated lettering. And then again, some additional details on that. And so these are all the conditions that would be included as if the commission chooses to recommend to council that they approve the tentative subdivision map, we'll incorporate these revisions into the draft resolution that would go forward to council. So in terms of public comments, and Crystal, feel free to talk as well if you wish about the adequacy of the CEQA document, or if you just want to rely on your previous comments.
Yeah, I think if there's any questions from the commission afterward, I'm happy to answer those.
Great, thank you. We did receive a public comment from Vulcan Lands, Inc. They are requesting a grant of easement related to noise, dust, and other noxious impacts that may be experienced by the residents as a result of the Vulcan Lands Shamrock operation at its location on Hopper Street. We will note that I believe it's conditions 14 and 15 of the tentative subdivision map do address potential nuisance impacts from the adjacent industrial use, in that a notification must be recorded with Sonoma County that identifies the potential for impact, as well as that the CC&Rs would incorporate a notification into property owners. As a result, planning and the city attorney's office has determined that the request for a grant of easement is not necessary. And also that information was included to you when we forwarded the public comment. We provided discussion about that. Then there were other comments from the public related to the nature of the development, density, the amount of market rate units, as well as the multifamily character of it, the location of it, proximate to the river, and potential impacts to the river and sea level rise upon the project. Increased potential for traffic congestion on D Street. And then as the project was reviewed, last summer by PBAC and by Planning Commission, and we received public comments, development during the drought. And so fortunately, we're not in a drought period at this point in time. And then I think more generally, just the increasing urbanization of the Petaluma community that we see as various projects are brought forward for development. I would point out here, though, that while it is increasing urbanization, one could see it as urbanization in an appropriate part of our community in proximity to downtown, as opposed to greenfield development or development at the urban edge. And then finally, we did receive comments supporting the addition of housing in the downtown area and the importance of having a variety of housing options in the downtown area. And so finally, in terms of staff recommendations, we do recommend that the city adopt the Planning Commission recommend the City Council adopt the MND and MMRP with revisions as described today by Senior Planner Crystal Rizzi, as well as any requested revisions by the Commission. We recommend that the Commission recommend the City Council approve the General Plan Amendment and adopt the Zoning Map Amendment. And then finally, we request that the Planning Commission recommend the City Council approve the tentative map for subdivision and condominium purposes, including the associated request for warrants. And of course, Crystal and I are available if you have any questions. The applicant team does have a presentation.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Triple and Ms. Rizzi. We'll now move on to the applicant's presentation.
Good evening. I'm going to wait just a minute until Andrew pulls the presentation up. He's going to run that this evening. Sure. How's that? Okay, we're ready? Well, thank you, Andrew, and good evening, Chair Bauer and Planning Commission members. We'd like to thank Andrew and the staff for their work in association with our application. That was a very thorough staff report. I will try not to be too redundant with that in our presentation this evening. Next. So what I'm going to be going through, I should introduce myself. Sorry. I'm Barry Long. I'm a principal with Urban Design Associates. Our responsibility here is as the master planner. So tonight I'm going to be going over the, can you go back one, Andrew? Sorry. I jumped ahead by not introducing myself. The proponents, a little bit more about the setting, maybe just visually beyond what the staff report talked about. Response to comments that we've received through our community engagement process, and then the vision and a little bit about the character. Next. So the proponents, the Lynn family, they're the owners of the property. They're not going to be the developers of the property, and they selected Urban Mix as the preferred developer. Scott and Keith from Urban Mix are here tonight. They're available to answer development questions after our presentation if you have any. Our firm, UDA, we did the community engagement process and the plan. CBG are our civil engineers. Angelo is here this evening to, again, answer questions, and we have exhibits related to the tentative map and other things, engineering related after my presentation if you have questions about that. And then Ripley Design are our landscape architects. Next. So relationship to other plans. As Andrew said, there are a lot of other plans, the 2025 general plan update, the Central Petaluma specific plan, the SMART code, the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, which is also undergoing an update this year, Petaluma Smart Rail Station areas, TOD master plan, and the priority development areas, investment and growth plan. We're consistent, except for the places that Andrew pointed out in the staff report. Next. And that would include the warrants that we're requesting. So the Loop Road, we just like to reiterate the elimination of the Loop Road around the end of the McNear Canal has to do with preserving the usability of the waterfront for pedestrians and cyclists, keeping automobiles off the waterfront. You heard about our warrant for ground floor ceiling height. It actually has to do with Appendix D of the California Fire Code. So when we come back to you through the SPAR process, we're going to look at the clear width of the alleyways behind, and that actually is going to impact exactly how high the ceilings can be, just so you understand that's it's also a fire issue, not just preference, because we always like high ceilings. Compact building design, I would just say in general, compact building design is one of the fundamental principles of smart growth. And those warrants are related to making the homes more compact, townhouses in this case. And smart growth is what the SMART code is based on. So, over the time since it's been developed, we as a profession and urban design and architecture have tightened things up, and that's what those are related to. Next. Our community engagement process has been virtual for reasons we all know. However, it's really nice to be in person this evening. Met many people in the community virtually, and now we get to see you in person. But a partial list of the stakeholders that we've met would be the Friends of the Petaluma River, Petaluma River Park Board, Petaluma Small Craft Center, Sonoma County Housing Land Trust, City of Petaluma Staff and Development Review Committee, Know Before You Grow, the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, Neighborhood Meeting, and then our Planning Commission study session, which was last year. And there have been others, and some we've met with multiple times. Next. So we too believe in the 15-minute neighborhood approach and thinks it's wonderful that Petaluma has adopted that. And really the idea behind the 15-minute neighborhood, which you all know, the concept is to build neighborhoods in such a way that most daily necessities and services are within a 15-minute walk or bike of where you live. So in this case, our site is the red pin in the center, and 3.5 miles is approximately a 15-minute bike. And from our site, it covers the entire city, just about. Next, Andrew. And then when we zoom in to the 1 mile radius, which would be the 15-minute walk, again, our site is pinned in red in the center. You can see the shopping opportunities relating to groceries and markets, which are pinned in blue, and then the restaurants, which are pinned in yellow, food and beverage. It's a wonderful centralized location, and it's very well served by things that we would want to have within our 15-minute neighborhood. We also have the Ped and Bike Master Plan underlaying that, much of which has been completed. However, we all know it's still evolving. So the dotted lines there indicate the bike lanes, which are will be built out in the future. Frustrating in our profession that our cities were built to be auto-oriented. And I think I'm going to spend the rest of my professional career still retrofitting cities. It's been decades now, and it's a wonderful aspiration, but we still have work to do on that. So we aren't making Petaluma a 15-minute city, but we fit in like a puzzle piece, I would say. And the things that we're planning on site are really keeping this approach in mind. Next. So we're just across D Street from the Transit Mall, Smart Station, and adjacent mixed-use sites. Next. And then on our eastern edge, our neighbor is the Heritage Center and Steamer Landing Park. Next. And then beyond that, obviously, the Petaluma River Park. Next. So Oyster Cove is a critical missing connection, especially along the Petaluma River. The trail where Steamer Landing can be accessed today, the city's trail, is on the McNear Canal side. But we have the legacy of an industrial waterfront, and the connection's not made along the Petaluma River yet. One of the things that was really interesting for us to note is that Steamer Landing and River Park together account for over 30 acres of open space directly adjacent to us, which is just an incredible amenity, not only for the Oyster Cove neighborhood, but for the neighborhoods that surround us. But Oyster Cove does represent an opportunity to make this critical connection along the riverfront for public access between Steamer Landing and D Street. Next. Also part of the setting is affordable housing, 7.5% low income and 7.5% moderate, which we'll be getting into in a minute, will be accommodated on site. Petaluma architectural character. We believe the last time we were before Planning Commission, we missed the mark. We look forward to your thoughts. This is still a work in progress, but not something we're asking for approval for tonight. And then, importantly, climate change including projected sea level rise. Next. And response to comments. This is a list in response to comments of all the public comments that we received through the Zoom engagement process. So widening the trail to 12 feet along the riverfront, adding a play area, expanding concepts for the oyster shed, revising our parking strategy, adding charging stations for both bikes and vehicles in the shared areas out on the site, adding an EVA to Hopper Street, and adding wayfinding signage. Next. So the vision is to integrate smart growth principles as we create an activated waterfront destination. Next. And from our approach, it all starts with mobility. So it's our experience that we all choose our mode of mobility based on how long a trip we're going to take. So for the shortest trips, walking and rolling will be our choice if it's convenient, or for a little longer trips like that 3.5 mile trip, a bike, or bus and commuter rail right across the street for us for even a longer trip, and then a personal vehicle only for the longest trips. And you can see some other modes below. But this is all really based on whether or not the infrastructure is there. So when we're working in cities, auto-oriented cities, which are evolving to be more bike and pedestrian friendly, it's really important that we continue to work on building out those networks, because folks will choose non-motorized means if the infrastructure is there. Next. So for us, walkability is the key, and it's built into this site plan. Along D Street, which is on the left, we'll have a new Class 4 bike lane on our side of D Street. It'll be mirrored across on the other side of D Street eventually. Next to that, we have a wide sidewalk, and then above that, we have a terrace along the live-work units, along the front of the live-work units, which we'll see in just a minute. Along the riverfront, we'll have the new riverfront trail extending from just behind the shed that's there today all the way to Steamer Landing Park. We'll be maintaining the trail along the McNear Canal, and then we'll be tying that all together with a network of sidewalks. The project is not going to be gated. It's going to be open and publicly accessible, so this entire network will be open and publicly accessible. We have park signage proposed just over the drawbridge as you would turn onto the trail, and also at the head of Copeland Street. And then we have bike parking indicated with the B's designation, and then a tot lot that's oriented to have a view down the McNear Canal. Next. And that network is complemented by our access and fire protection network. So I've said before, and I'll say again, I don't think I've ever professionally, and I've been doing this a while, worked on a neighborhood where we don't have any new streets, but that's the case here. So it's unique. Copeland is there today, drove it today, big potholes, it's in rough shape. The extension. So we'll be fixing and rebuilding the extension of Copeland, but that street is there. The rest of the network is a network of alleys, and they'll provide access and fire and protection and service for the neighborhood, also for Steamer Landing and Petaluma River Park. And I think maybe almost most importantly to us, it preserves the riverfront and the McNear Canal waterfront for pedestrians and bikes in areas without vehicles. Next. So we're not here tonight to talk too much about architecture, but architectural character is important, and we did want to point out some of the Petaluma precedents, which are in direct proximity to us, would be the Warehouse District, which is right on the other side of the Petaluma River, and it definitely has the patina of the old warehouse buildings and a number of thoughts by architects and developers, I'm sure with the city's influence, of what infill development could look like. But it's an interesting place to look for precedents. Next. So in refining our vision for the neighborhood, we've thought about 3 potential approaches, and we'd like to hear from you tonight after our presentation. But an industrial style, we think, which pays homage to the Warehouse District on the left here in the center, more modern approach to architecture, and then in the right, we've also noted that it could take a more traditional approach. We're still flexible in architecture and would like to hear from you next. But through our engagement process, we have developed a preliminary list of architectural principles, because we don't want to come back to you in the SPAR process with a blank sheet of paper. So here it starts with integrity, no arbitrary elements. And we think that this is important. There's a purity to Petaluma's better architecture that we want to reflect here. It needs to be authentic. It needs to have local references. It should have a diversity of elevations. This is one of the mistakes we made in our initial studies. Simple building forms, utilitarian detailing, industrial materials. We'd like your opinion on that. That's actually what the specific plan says, industrial materials for this site. And then a mix of subdued colors. There may be other things, but we want to come back to you and be as close as we can to being on target. As tonight we look ahead to SPAR. Next. So this is an aerial view of the neighborhood. Proposed neighborhood, we're looking over D Street and the Petaluma River. You can see what we're calling the Oyster Shed building in the foreground. We have live-work units proposed facing out to D Street. You can see in the bright green there the Class 4 bike lane. Live-work units also face out to the Oyster Shed building. The Oyster Shed building is preliminarily, and I'll explain how we're bracketing it, intended to house a mix of public plaza and riverfront access, recreational uses, and commercial uses. Really opened up as a civic amenity. You can also see the trail extending from D Street to the steamer landing park. And then throughout the balance of the site, there's a mix of different types of housing, townhouses, but different sizes and configurations. We should note, too, on the affordable, the plan is that all of these units would be for sale, which we think is a good complement to what's proposed across the street, which is apartments. But all of these units would be for sale, including our 15% affordable, which would remain affordable per the city's standards for a very long period of time. But those units are proposed to be peppered in throughout the site plan, not concentrated in one area, so fully integrated and for sale. Next. So D Street today, I'm sure you're all very familiar with it. It looks better in the photo than it does as when you drive down there or as a pedestrian. But it's it's a narrow sidewalk. We have wooden bollards, overhead electric, a chain link fence. It's a legacy, but it's right next to your smart station and transit mall. So we think that this is a great place to begin to think about placemaking. Next. And we think D Street's a great place to create a fully integrated mixed-use environment. So here you can see the Class 4 bike lane that's proposed, the wide sidewalk, a great transition, which we're doing with a seat wall and landscaping to make up for the elevation we need to be at for sea level rise. This happens to be the low corner of the site. And then you can see on the in the upper area there a terrace which runs down past the live work units. When you come off the bridge at D Street, you can actually roll right onto the terrace. It's at that elevation because the bridge is up. But if next time you drive down D Street and you look at it, it drops off as it gets to Copeland. And that's why we're doing this configuration. We think it could be quite lovely. When you get down to the other end, there'll also be an accessible ramp to get you back down to the Copeland intersection. As Andrew said, whichever development goes first is going to improve that intersection to put in a light and improve traffic circulation. Next. This is our lane view behind the units. As we said, we're alley loaded. We don't have streets. We can talk here about the residential parking. The residences will have parking underneath the unit. They're not carports. They will have garages. The live-work units, I think 11 of them are restricted to one-car garages. We also have, I didn't mention before, the 11 ADUs peppered in. Those units that have ADUs are designed for one-car garages, and then the ADUs won't have any additional associated parking with them. And then we're also looking at a strategy to have our affordable units offered with a one-car garage option in return for more living space within that unit. So when we talked about our evolving parking strategy, those are some of the things that we are looking at. Next, the McNair Canal today and the city's multipurpose path. Next. We're beginning to play with and think about the architectural forms here. One thing that has evolved or we're thinking about is the roof forms. that are prevalent in the warehouse district, and maybe to begin to develop a dialogue with the warehouse districts, we should look at integrating in some additional options for roof forms to mix it up. We'd like to hear from you tonight. On this side, we are looking at preserving the rose bushes, which are currently in bloom along the trail, as a little bit of a visual buffer. Next. The Oyster Shed building, it definitely has a Petaluma patina on it. It's a wonderful building, and it's not historic, but the proposal is to adaptively reuse it. We think it's worth saving, even though it's not historic. Next. So the plan is, again, to have options to do a multitude of things here, but what we're illustrating is food and beverage or co-working space on the right-hand side, a public plaza where we'd open the building up, expose the structure, and allow access down to the waterfront. And then on the left-hand side, we have, in this view, small craft storage and recreational uses. And you can see the live-work units behind that frame that. Next. We also have been asked to look at another option for the shed, which would be to keep the roof, expose the structure, and have it be a flexible pavilion space, maybe unprogrammed. There's kind of pros and cons to both. So these are sort of the bookends. We've also heard comments that maybe that Petaluma patina in the siding, that maybe we should consider saving more of that has aesthetic value too. We believe when we come back through SPAR, we'll be someplace in between. We'll have the uses worked out and architecture to review. But we're really excited about how we can turn this from an former industrial use into a civic amenity. We love the location, and we think it's a special building. Next. So the riverbank today, looking from the site down towards that Oyster Shed building with the drawbridge in the distance. Next. This is something that we're proposing, which is called the Quay, which is there today, but we would like to preserve and rehabilitate this to help animate the walk from D Street to the parks and back. So what you can see here on the end of the Oyster Shed building is that opened up with a food and beverage use spilling out into a plaza space, the new trail, landscaping coming from the river all the way up to development, which would reflect the much more natural and habitat that would have been there, and then the quay where we're standing, hopefully repurposed. There are some permitting issues, we'll be honest with this, that we're working through, but we would like to save this as a civic amenity. Next. Environmental sustainability will be following CalGreen Tier 1, actually exceeding it. Recycling the 2 metal warehouses that are on site, in addition to the one that we're preserving, they're newer. The project will be 100% electric. Permeable paving for lanes and plazas. We can talk about that more, how we're accomplishing that in Q&A. Low water use landscaping, shared EV and bike charging stations, that's out on the site. And I didn't mention, but we do have 19 guest spaces, but they're really for the commercial for the Oyster Shed building. In fact, most of them are over by the Oyster Shed building and for the guests, but there's 19 spaces tucked in. But that's where the shared EV and bike charging stations would be. Wiring for EV charging stations and bike racks in each garage. Not wiring for bike racks, we are actually putting the bike racks in. And energy efficiency and mobility education for residents. Next. So just to conclude, we wanted to make the point that I think our strategy for neighborhood design has evolved over time, and it really has to do with thinking about adaptation over time. So what does that mean? It means designing actually a fulcrum that can move just a little bit. So as the rest of the neighborhood is built out, as an example, the commercial uses are designed to evolve when we have more footfall and other things going on around us when it becomes a complete neighborhood, especially if we go in first, or transitioning to all electric vehicles. We know we're not there today, but the site's designed for that. Or sea level rise. We've taken a conservative approach to sea level rise. The neighborhoods are not static, they evolve over time, and that's our approach. Next, Andrew, and finally, So with that, we are really excited about this unique site. It's an important site for Petaluma, but it's also an important site to connect your over 30 acres of park to the rest of the city in a more meaningful way. We think that this could be a wonderful, authentic Petaluma place, and we look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Long. I know that we'll have plenty of questions and comments later on for you and staff. But now we're going to move on to our public comment. I'm not ready for these glasses yet. Every decade I need a new pair. The public is invited to comment on this item tonight. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes each person. If you haven't done so already, please fill out a speaker card. They look like this. They're in the back corner over there. And you could hand that to the clerk, and I'll call you out to come to the podium in order that I receive your comments. Your speaker card. Clerk, did you receive any comments prior to the meeting?
Well, we did receive comments this afternoon, and some were some were sent out, and some were on the podium.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go on to the in-person public speakers. And our first one we have is Mr. Dave Alden. Dave Alden, please go to the podium. And after him will be Hal Bonner.
No project is perfect. As I look at this, and I've looked at it a number of times over the years, I find the layout to be a little regimented. That's probably a non-architectural word, but it's my word. It just feels a little rigid. But that can hopefully be solved through good architecture. I look forward to seeing it again. I saw the picture of the alley that looks very nice with everybody out there carrying boards, etc. I picture that without anybody out there, and it feels like a dull, boring space. Again, something that can hopefully be solved with architecture. I'm still looking for what the response of this site is to sea level rise, and I know we've probably complicated it for the applicant because the city has, once again, as of earlier today, said they're not going to have the sea level rise information available for the GPAC until June, which would be the second month of delay. So we've got an applicant in a place where he's trying to respond to a baseline we haven't defined. Bottom line, yes, I have concerns. There are things I want to continue talking about at future meetings, but this is a great project. I'm thrilled we're looking at something like this on this site. I was part of the TOD Master Plan Committee 15 years ago. This may be the best thing I've seen yet, and perhaps the first one to actually come out of the chute. Please get this approved. Yes, there are things we can talk about as we go forward and should talk about, but let's get this thing on to the next step. Thank you for your attention.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Alden. We'll now have Mr. Hal Bonner.
Hello, Commissioners. Yeah, I had submitted some written comments that I hope got into the record. I'm not really sure if they have. Okay, so somebody's seen them. I don't know how many of you have actually had a chance to look at them. They're long. They're about 5 pages. I don't have time to really repeat them all. But aside from them, I heard sort of rebuttal comments. I believe it was hard for me to hear. I'm afraid I couldn't hear exactly what was said, but I think I got that there's rebuttal to what I wrote, and that staff would be writing some comments in response. I would recommend that you folks table this matter until you see what's going on, and not just sort of take the staff's recommendation or suggestion that my comments don't really have any significance. And I suggest that you wait and see what staff has to say, give me a chance to respond to that before you make a decision on the mitigated negative declaration. I realize the project has gone forward a long ways, but the mitigated negative declaration has not. Okay, the environmental review of this project is badly lacking, and that's what would happen if a full environmental impact were done. environmental impact report were done. Okay, a mitigated negative declaration is just sort of, some people say like, a substitute for an EIR. Well, it's not really. An EIR is the full document, full review of the situation. I think I heard, and I'm not sure, well, one thing I pointed out in what I wrote was that the city has sanitary sewer overflows. And as best I can tell from the limited information I have, some of them are in the vicinity of this project. If that's true, this project would contribute to sanitary sewer overflows. Now, that may not sound like much, but it can be a really obnoxious thing to have untreated raw sewage flowing in the streets and flowing into the Petaluma River, okay? As I pointed out in my letter, the city has been fined by the State Water Resources Control Board for $250,000 roughly a few years ago for SSOs. One SSO was in the amount of 500,000 gallons, okay? Now, I can't tell right now exactly where those were, but that's the purpose of an EIR, is to understand where these problems are and deal with them to the extent they can be dealt with. Okay, anyway, as I said, I recommend that you table this matter, at least for the MND, until you hear the first of the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bonner. Up next, we have Jay Luchetti. Did I say that right?
You did.
Thank you.
Hi, members of the Planning Commission. First off, I just want to commend staff on a great presentation, very detailed and thorough. So I'm supportive of this project. I think it will be great for the community, adds much needed housing, and really activates D Street and the waterfront for all the community to enjoy, replaces an underutilized land use, and really looking forward to seeing this project come through. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Luchetti. Next we have is Nick Cunny. Thank you, Mr. Honey.
Hi, my name is Nick Honey. I'm 27-year resident, Petaluma. I'm also president of the North Bay Rowing Club, which is just down the way from this proposed site by Foundry Wharf, so within the 15-minute walk that was referred to. We've been in existence for 40 years. Greg Sebrin already put a speaker card, so I know he's going to say something as well. We have over 70 masters rowers. We have over 40 juniors and their families represented. We have Rivertown Racers, which they are kayakers. We're very engaged in the community. However, I'm not aware of having been reached out to by people from this project. We do have an interest in the boathouse that's mentioned, a 6,000 square foot boathouse. What we have at the moment is 5 rusty containers, and all of our boats are stored outside. We like where we are, but we would like to improve the facilities. So if there's an opportunity to engage in this process to see what we can figure out with the boathouse, we would love that. And just to say the range of ages for our club, we have a under 16 boat going to nationals in Florida, and we have an 80-year-old rower that rowed in Boston at the head of the Charles last year. So we've got a whole range of people within the community that are part of the club, and look forward to being part of future discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Honey, and I'll disclose that I know Nick, and I'm also a member of the rowing club. And with that, we'll go on to our next speaker, and that would be Greg Sabrin.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for both presentations and for all the hard work that's gone into this project. I'm in support of this project. I think, as Dave referred to, the devil is in the details, but I think there's a really strong foundation here, and I'd encourage you to work with the developers and move this project along. Over the last decade or so, we've seen projects come and go in Petaluma, and I think this one is really worth seeing if we can't work as a community, as staff, as a city, and with the developers to make something really special happen. If I'm putting on my special hat, I'm the executive director of the Petaluma Small Craft Center. I founded the North Bay Rowing Club a long time ago before I had gray hair. And we first were introduced to the developers when they were first wanted to contract with the Linds. And the talk was about the Oyster Shed building in particular, as well as the River Trail and the connection with the Friends and, of course, the River Park. Our particular interest is, having founded the rowing club, finding more spaces along the river for boating uses, whether at the rowing club or other types of craft. Of course, we've just opened the Small Craft Center, the Float House, as well. But there's a need for more room for rowing craft, for paddling craft that Nick referred to. And we've been working with the developer since the inception on that Oyster Shed building. I think the option one is very, very strong. The option two, an open plaza near the Loudest Bridge in downtown makes absolutely no sense. And I'd be happy to talk about that in the future, as we've talked with the River Park folks and we've talked with Friends about, how that might be used. And then again, the idea of an open plaza on the busiest street in Petaluma, and of course near a drawbridge that makes an incredible amount of sound. Better to have several boat bays acting as a buffer, and then you've got your public access space and, of course, your restaurant. But again, that is one of the details that needs to be involved, and we'd be happy to be part of that along with all the other river users. Because, again, what makes this project unique, and probably 75% of the projects you guys are looking at now, if you go up and down the river, is the fact that it's on the river. And one of the things that we're doing a better job of, as we talk about bike paths and we talk about pedestrian paths, though, the real art from the Small Craft Center's point of view, it's access to the water. It's not enough to be able to walk and bike. You have to have options for access to the river. And it's not just about boating. Maybe it's just sitting on a dock and dipping your feet in the water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sabarin. Next comment is Mark Harrison.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Harrison. I'm a land use attorney that specializes in the construction materials industry. My office is at 2801 T Street in Sacramento. I've represented Vulcan Materials Company as their outside counsel for approximately 20 years. And the reason I'm here tonight is we had a conversation last week with Tiffany Robbie and the principals of the developer, and we pointed out that one of the key neighbors is Shamrock Materials, which has been producing construction materials since 1945, directly adjacent to this operation. There are two conditions which require notice be provided to the people who buy these facilities, but it has to go beyond notice. In order to make it binding, there has to be an easement document entered into. So that's what we thought we had an understanding about last week, and we heard something different today. So we'd like you to consider that, and it affects how we think about this project, because in general, we're in favor of housing like this, but it's critical that it remain compatible with its neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harrison. Are there any other public comments at this point? I don't see any, so we're going to go ahead and close public comment at this time, and we'll move on to commissioner questions. And what I propose tonight is that we have commissioner questions and then commissioner comments on the Phase 1 entitlements. So that would be the CEQA document, the general plan amendment, the zoning map amendment, and the tentative subdivision map plus warrants. So I think maybe we should talk about that first. And then after we're done with that, then we could provide feedback to the applicant on the architecture that, they propose to us regarding industrial, modern, traditional, and any other things that we want to tell them regarding the SPAR that is not really in front of us tonight, but still they're asking for our feedback tonight on that. But that's not something that we're going to be deciding tonight, but that's just feedback. So I think we'll just do the decision-making first, and then we'll go on to that. Because if things don't work out for these decisions, then I don't see the point in doing the SPAR talk. So with that being said, we're going to do the questions first, and then we'll do comments, and I think we'll go in order. And okay, Ms. Hines?
I just wanted to, I see Andrew
Sure,
wanting to
thank you.
respond to something, yeah.
Chair, I just wanted to let you and the commissioners know that we do have representatives from city engineering and public works, as well as from the fire department with us this evening. And also the development team civil engineer is here as well. So questions can be directed to them as well.
That's very great. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I think we'll go ahead and we'll go in order rather than raising the hands. That way everybody will have a turn. And I think we'll start over on this end this time. We'll start with Commissioner Potter.
Thank you, Chair Bauer. I first wanted to ask about the mitigated negative declaration and the comment that arose regarding the sanitary sewer overflows. I know that it was a new comment, and we heard information tonight that provided reassurance that there's capacity for the sewage system that the project would feed into. I was wondering, since we also heard comments about the length of time that the document has been released and the lack of written responses to the public comment, just wanted to clarify that this commission will be making a recommendation to the City Council on the CEQA document, not certifying the document fully. But since we do have that time between any recommendation this body makes and the eventual approval, I thought it might be helpful if Public Works staff might be able to provide a little bit of a review of the consistency of the project with the sanitary sewer master plan, the SSMP, that's required by state law, that might clarify any questions around that issue. I see that there's someone here at the moment.
So I'm Jeff Stutzman, city engineer for Petaluma. So we don't have Dan Herrera. Dan Herrera is our operations manager for Public Works. But today we discussed kind of what the sewer overflows was. The comments that came in were that there were sanitary sewer overflows at kind of Weller Street, and that is true. There has been in the past. It's basically because at C Street is our pump station that pumps the effluent from the west side to the east side. And when those pumps are running full, they're pumping into a pipe that is undersized and creates those overflows. In the last, I think, 2017, we have updated that pipe to include a dual system, which allows the system to kind of have a additional capacity to hold it. And we're also working on, it's called I&I, so basically preventing water from entering into the system. So they are doing smoke testing in the city to kind of locate those, to prevent as much water as we can, to prevent water from entering the system in those wet weather flows, because that is what's really causing it. But that's kind of like the background of those sanitary sewer overflows. And there's two systems that run in D Street. There's one system that comes off of the C Street pump station, goes under the river to Weller, runs down D Street to Lakeville. That system is running at capacity. It has been doing good the last few years since we made those upgrades. This project does not connect into that system. Its system connects to the sewer system that is on Hopper Street, which I think is a 24-inch system, so it's a separate system completely. So today we reached out to Warren Curran, who is a consultant working on the sewer master plan, and their analysis showed that system, all of these three developments in this area were included in that study, and that system could handle that flow, and there was no capacity issues with that section.
So thank you for that. That might be nice to summarize that as this item goes forward to City Council. And don't go away, because my next question is about the recycled water. And I noticed for the conditions of approval, that was removed because of the absence of a current recycled water pipe to serve the project. But I understand that the city is also currently working on a water master plan, and that it is a priority for the city to extend recycled water. It's also a priority for the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. So I'm just wondering if a condition of approval could state that should in the future recycled water main line be installed, that then the project would hook up to it for landscape irrigation. And my last comment relates to the comments that were made by the representative of Vulcan Shamrock. And I'm wondering, I've sometimes seen on a tentative subdivision map an actual recording of a note regarding nuisance. And I'm not sure if that is being proposed here, but I have noticed that once projects go in and time passes and we all move on, that it's sometimes really helpful to have that kind of notation in a subdivision map for future generations, so that could be considered. And I don't have any specific comments except for to say that I really appreciate all staff's work and the presentations tonight and integrating all the various items that we'll be voting on, and I'll make my comments at that time.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Potter. Commissioner McGarreline?
Yes. I have quite a few comments related to the kind of the bones behind the zoning plan. So at some point I'd like to get into that, but you're rearranging it, so we're just talking about the zoning at this point? And talking
Yes,
about
we're
that.
not doing the architecture right now at this point. We're just doing
This
the
is
phase
not
one
architecture,
entitlements.
This is the site plan.
If it involves the tentative subdivision map,
Yeah.
this would be a time to ask questions about that.
Yeah. First of all, I think that the applicant's presentation and depth of thought and process is really quite well done. I appreciate that. I like the fact that it's a condominium ownership as opposed to rental, because it really instills resident.
Commissioner, would you be able to talk more into the mic, please?
All right. That instills resident pride and sense of ownership. And I like your architectural principles. It's going to be hard to follow, but I think they're a great outline of things to follow. So I think, and I agree with the comment that it's a good foundation to continue through. One of my questions relative to both the zoning and the site plan is the existing small park that's at the end of Copeland, that's on the Oyster Bay itself. And I mentioned this a year ago, that it's a concern. And my concern is that I've been out there 3 or 4 times, and it's not the kind of activity you want in the middle of an HOA residential project at this point. And I'm not sure how you're going to police that, because it's not HOA responsibility, but it's in the middle of HOA activity, children, whatever. So I think I would like someone to consider, and I don't know what the process is or how difficult it is or what the issues will be, but someone consider moving that space, that acreage, over to the river's edge, next to your shed, or combination with your shed. So it is truly a public function on the river, serving all the public, including the trails. I think it would be much more meaningful to both the project and to the river activity. Right now, it's an isolated park. It's not great shape. It's not attractive, and I think it's a detriment to the project. And will become even more so because you're not maintaining it, the HOA is not maintaining it, the city is, and I think that's just wide open for lots of issues. So that's the big one in terms of, I don't know what that takes, and I don't know what departments are involved in that, but I'd certainly like to consider, and I'd like the council to consider that, because it's a significant change of zoning. The other is I'm not clear on I mean, I hope that someone has looked at the water issue, or the flood issue, and the new maps that are supposed to be coming out. I can't believe we know nothing. And I think you mentioned in one of your presentations that it's so many feet elevation, and if that's successful, most of Petaluma would be underwater or some water. So I don't understand the details of that, but I'd like that more clarification on the assurance that you're dealing with flood issues. The other question I have is that, I mean, I understand that downstream, the riverfront project and the canal project, it's 75-foot setback from the river's edge. And we have here, I think, 15 feet or 10 or 15 feet or something. The river's edge is, from what I can see, fairly unstable. And I don't know how you put something, a major 10-foot trail that close to the river's edge without a lot of structural reinforcement. I don't know if it's pilings or walls or what it is, but it seems like that is an important component to how that trail fits and what's feasible. So I'd like more thought on how that river's edge will be treated. And if it's structural reinforcement, then what is that? What does it look like? I'm a little concerned about this traffic coordination at Copeland with the bridge, Copeland, and the train and the light. I mean, it's going to be something to have some coordination, and it ain't going to be computerized, I don't think. So I mean, that's a concern of a lot of citizens in traffic, and what will happen in D Street, and what happens at Copeland light, and how that affects everything. So I'd like a lot more thought, a lot more input on that. And I didn't see anything in the plan that talked about play yards or areas for children, play yards, stuff like that. But that goes along with my worry about the existing park and how the two work together. I don't know what the river enhancement plan, the 1996 river enhancement plan, I don't know what it says about this site. I'd like to know more what does the river enhancement plan encourage or require, and how are you kind of addressing that? As I remember, that plan is pretty general, and I'm not sure there is anything specific, but it's very important. I'm a little concerned about the live-work commercial edge, because I've seen a lot of smart growth projects in Petaluma that the retail is pretty sick and pretty difficult to make it work, and I'm not sure. I mean, I know it's a good idea in smart code growth, but I'm not sure if in reality it works out too well. So I hope you consider being able to adjust either way, that it can become residential if it's not working, and it can be commercial if it's needed, but it's not destined to be a failure. I'm a little concerned about what I saw in the renderings of rooftop activity, rooftop decks and entertainment, because there is a height limit, I think, to your project, and to me that's just another floor of exposed use. So I'm concerned about how that is sheltered or dealt with, because it becomes an activity center next to somebody else's residential unit. So all my other questions are really related to the map that's the basis for your zoning. And I know between phase 1 and phase 2, I mean, there's a big step, but what you have in phase 2 is being considered now in phase 1 in order to justify, understand what you're building in phase 1. But phase 2 is kind of the structural skeleton behind phase 1, and I'd like to deal with that in more detail.
I just want to make sure that we get answers to your questions. So when you're done, maybe we can have applicants come up to actually respond to your questions. So,
Mr. Long, do you want to respond to any of Mr. McErlane's questions, comments?
I'd be happy to. Actually, it was a mix. I think what we heard, it's a mix of planning questions, but also engineering questions. So I think we'd like to have Angelo address the engineering questions first. And Andrew, we have some of those exhibits for say sea level rise in the back of our presentation. If, for everyone's reference, it might help to look at a map. Then I'll come back up and address the planning questions.
Good evening. I'm Angelo with CBG, with Civil Engineers for the project. So yeah, as Barry said, I'll give you a little bit of background on our planning for sea level rise on the project. It does have foundation inside of what is available from the state of California for their guidance on what to do for waterfront development adjacent to the bay or the ocean, in this case, the river. So it is based also upon the best available science. And what that's telling us is sea level rise are projected to increase on the order of 6 feet by the end of the century. And so for waterfront developments of this type of use, we're planning for these buildings to be elevated above that elevation. And so that's what you see through these maps is this representation of the buildings essentially being built in to protect against that level of sea level rise as currently projected if it were to occur. And so we have kind of two or a couple different approaches in that we have built-in protection, which is the elevation. So we're building up the site, building up the building sites, building up the public uses planned within the site. But then we're also contemplating future adaptive measures should there be extreme sea level rise beyond that. Now, that does get into some more regional issues, as I know you're contemplating through your general plan and other documents. But for us, we at least have to make sure that the site itself has a strategy for it if none of the other regional measures are advanced. And so we've planned the perimeter edges, the waterfront edges, so that they could be adapted to provide future protection that goes even higher, should that be needed. So that's.
You want to say, is that like a retaining wall?
It could be. It could be. There's two basic ways. One would be a flood wall, which is a retaining wall that's designed for flood forces. The other would be to elevate a wider area. In this case, most of our perimeter would be elevating the trail itself.
Well, you're raising the elevation of the site by fill?
Correct.
And how much fill?
Well, the site actually has some higher elevations on the southeast area. That area actually is already at an elevation that would be above this projected sea level rise. But there are other areas, as mentioned earlier, primarily it's adjacent to the existing oyster shell building that is in the existing floodplain. That's the lowest elevation on the site. It's roughly elevation 10, a little bit below that, and we're picking up our elevations to 14. So it's 0 to 4 because some of the site is already at the required elevation. Other areas are lower.
So I guess the question is that when this flood map comes out, whenever that happens, that insurance, homeowners insurance is all based on that flood map. And I mean, if one of the options is to build a flood wall around the project, that scares me.
Well, that's an adaptive measure in the case that sea level rise are extreme beyond what is currently projected. So what the flood maps and what FEMA looks at right now, and as was mentioned in the CEQA, is more of the current conditions. And so we're well above those elevations. What we're also trying to be is forward planning and forward proofing, so that we do have some built-in protection for till the end of the century. And so that the site is protected without the flood walls to the end of the century. Yeah, I can quickly touch on the traffic signal on the Copeland D Street intersection. Obviously, the project is conditioned to build it, as we went through earlier. Inside that condition, there was also a requirement for what's called traffic signal interconnect. I think you were alluding to it, and the computerization elements to be able to link up with the other intersections nearby so that the city can manage traffic signal timing and traffic flow and patterns as the area evolves and traffic patterns evolve.
It also deals with the train schedule?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It also deals
Yes.
with the train schedule?
Thank you, yes.
So it's keyed into the train
Correct.
tracks?
Did you want to add anything?
No, I wanted
Okay.
you to also touch on the riverbank, and the potential instability and the pathway that
Yeah.
close to it.
It's not my specific discipline, but we do have NGO. They're the geotechnical engineer that's provided all the studies for the project. They did a specific analysis to the stability of the waterfront and have found that it is stable. And there will be additional improvements that are made as we do raise grade on our side of the Tapa Bank to make sure that it's adequate for supporting the trail and supporting the buildings. So those measures will be worked into a design level geotechnical report. That's one of the mitigation measures for the project.
Okay, we may call you back. In case we missed something, but let me go through the planning comments that you brought up. We'll start with some of the easy ones on, I think, relatively easy on the height. We've actually been asked to utilize the roofs as much as possible, 4 stories permitted across the site. And what we said is, when we come back through SPAR, we need to work with the fire department because it has to do with a clear width in those alleys as to whether or not we can have a 4-story. But we will take your comment seriously. We can revisit it in SPAR about acoustical separation if you have open space on the 4th floor. The live work units, actually along D Street, there's a line in the SMART code that says commercial. And we've worked with the city to come up with a strategy for that, and the live work units fulfill that requirement. But there is that code, the zoning has the requirement to have commercial along D Street. Would those units be adaptable over time if it failed and our heart of hearts says it's not going to? But if it doesn't make it as commercial, the units could be reconfigured, I think. And the way they relate to the street is actually kind of ideal, but I don't even want to get into that. They're adaptable. We can move the fulcrum. That's all I'm going to say on that one. On the open space, there's really kind of a hierarchy of open space. So the units will have a balcony or a private open space associated with them. Then the next level down on site, there is a play area for the kids, which has that view down the McNear Canal. And then adjacent to us, of course, we have the 30 acres of parkland, and we're also in an urban setting. So there are, depending on the age of your family, different amenities to serve your household. And in an urban setting, we think that that's a good suite of options. Let's see. You asked about the setback from the river. The setback, the river enhancement plan, in the section we're in the urban downtown section. So the required setback that you've been dealing with in other areas of the riverfront varies, but ours doesn't have that required setback. And in this section, access to the river is actually prioritized in the urban downtown section. So that relates to that design. I think one of the point you started with first, the comment you made last year about this is the city's parking lot. So the city has a right-of-way around the McNear Canal that I believe the Linds, that was property that they used to own that has been, I don't know how the transaction works, so I'm not going to misspeak. But anyway, it's the city's property now. It was private property. And the way it works, there's a right-of-way that wraps around that canal. And where that parking lot is, as Copeland Street comes down, it's kind of like the anaconda's belly bulges a little bit, and you have a parking lot there. Part of that parking lot, if you had taken the same right-of-way all the way around, a big chunk of it actually would have to go back if it was to be moved to the trail. It would have to go with the trail, because in that section, it's parking. It's not as much open space or setback from the canal as the rest of it. But anyway, as far as how that would have to be resolved, the city would have to determine that that was a surplus parking lot or not needed. That's not really our purview. And then they would have to approach the applicant and say, we'd like to work something out. And that was never indicated. In fact, some of the residents pointed out that parking there is important because it's one of the few places you can go and have public access and get on the trail. I don't want to comment on whether or not that's a good idea or a bad idea. It's just city property. It's it's coloring outside the lines for us.
Are you concerned at all about activity in that parking lot, how it affects your development?
Well, I think I guess as an urban designer, not so much, because the context is going to change completely from what's there today. So the way it's configured today and kind of hidden around the corner, yes, I think that's a difficult location for a public parking lot today. When it has residential development around it, when there's a lot more activity, when you're invited to utilize the parks as the River Park is improved and has more activation, we're going to have a lot more pedestrians and bikes around there all the time, and it builds in a certain amount of, I think, supervision and security that isn't there today. But the city could also, if they wanted to, transform that into a park in the future. I mean, if they felt that the parking was surplus, they might want to look at another option for that. But that's definitely
So it would
city
have to
property.
come to you from the city?
Pardon?
It would have to come to you from the city?
The city would need to approach the applicant and say, we have property that we deem surplus. So I love coloring outside the lines, but not in planning applications. So that's owned by the city. And, but we will be making enhancements. As we said, we're going to rebuild Copeland Street down to that lot. And so I think it'll work better in the future. I'm not saying it's like, I don't know, it's city property, so it's outside of our boundary. Did you have other questions? Those are the ones that I ticked off on my list. And do you have any more engineering questions?
Not yet. I do later on, when we get more specific.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Is that it, Commissioner McElwain, for now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go on and now go to Commissioner Rackison.
Thank you, Chair Bauer. I think a lot of my questions are probably going to be for staff, especially about the MND. But first question, for private open space requirements, do we allow other projects to use adjacent open space in fulfilling those requirements? Obviously, this is a very unique site in the amount of open space, but is there any track record for that with other projects? I'm expecting an encyclopedic knowledge, I know, but if there's anything that comes to mind on, yes,
I
we've
was
done.
anticipating a CEQA question. So I think I would say that the warrants process delivered through the SMART code would allow for that flexibility. And whereas in the IZO, that flexibility may not be allowed because that would only be done through a variance process. Okay. And we wouldn't be able to make the findings to approve a variance that would reduce or eliminate an open space requirement. But when we're in the SMART code and we're looking at the warrants being a tool to provide flexibility in order to implement the intent of the SMART code, then it could come into play.
Okay, that's a comprehensive answer. It came up during the housing element as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right, sure.
And then CEQA questions, I'm going to try to limit this. I had a lot, but just as a framing question, because we've heard a lot about EIR versus MND. If either of you can just frame for us, what are the differences? And I guess if we have any concerns about potentially significant impacts, what does an EIR offer us that an MND doesn't? I know alternatives are a big one, but if we can kind of encapsulate that when we're looking at MND, if we pushed for an EIR, what would that give us in terms of like better environmental outcomes or?
Sure, yeah. So first, I think I'll just clarify for everybody what the process, like how we decide what environmental document we prepare. So when we receive a project, it's obviously subject to the Permit Streamlining Act. So during the completeness review phase, staff looks at the project and identifies any potential environmental concerns. And at that point of completeness, you can request additional studies be done. So I believe when the applicant submitted their project, they had already submitted a slew of technical studies, so biological resources, geotechnical investigation. And so then we look at those as in a preliminary state, and we ask for any additional if we would need them. And then following application completeness, when the project is to a point where it's going to essentially be what is looked at by the commission, then we can really dig down into those technical studies and see what they have concluded. And in addition, we would look at, and did look at, applicable policy documents, so the general plan, the CPSP, the housing element, and all the associated program level EIRs that were prepared for those documents. And CEQA does, so you go through an initial study process, and then as part of that initial study, which includes reviewing all of those documents, you either, the lead agency, so City of Petaluma, either decides to prepare an EIR, or you can also rely upon those program level documents to reduce the amount of time that it takes to draft the document, but also to avoid repetitive analysis. And so because this project is within the development that was anticipated within the general plan, and the information that was provided in the technical studies, that's when we were able to determine that with modifications to the project in the way of mitigation measures, all of those potentially significant impacts could be reduced to less than significant, as well as through implementation of applicable city policies, and like the BASMA requirements are another regional requirement that the project has to comply with that reduce potential impacts related to flooding and stormwater management and everything like that. So you're correct that the EIR process does provide opportunities for an alternatives analysis and everything like that. But the reason that one was not prepared for this project was because it is within that development potential that was already analyzed. And so doing another EIR would just be a repetitive process. And so the outcome isn't necessarily fewer environmental impacts. It's just a different process for if the project has impacts that are going to be greater or that weren't considered previously. So,
Crystal, can I add, is it accurate to say that when you're doing that initial study on the project to go through the checklist, and an initial study goes through the checklist that's required by CEQA, an EIR is required when there is a significant and unavoidable impact that there is no feasible mitigation for. And so accurate to say that in this case, when we looked at the technical studies, we looked at the other environmental analysis that had been done for the general plan, the CPSP, the smart code, all of those things, and we looked at the project and the technical studies, we did not identify any significant and unavoidable that couldn't be mitigated through feasible mitigation, and therefore it did not trigger an EIR. Is that accurate?
Correct. And I would like to clarify that not all EIRs conclude that there are significant and unavoidable impacts, but it's the potential that could be there. And so you just have to do more analysis to kind of get to that point. But yes, that's correct.
Okay, that is a really thorough description, so I appreciate that. And going along with that, in the CEQA process, I feel like I ask this every time, are we analyzing impacts, obviously construction process, but also use after? So site use after, is that part of the CEQA analysis?
Correct, yes. So construction and operation are both considered.
Okay. And in terms of the CPSP EIR, one of the ones we're kind of daisy chaining as an already in place EIR, it mentions a dwelling number, a commercial square foot threshold that I assume we haven't reached. But that was in 2003, planning for a certain number of dwellings, commercial square footage, saying, look, this is already the traffic, different impacts have already been assessed here. Do we know, and this kind of thing, if I had thought about it, I would have sent this before, but is this kind of, have we met that threshold yet since 2003? Do we know how close we are to that?
Off the top of my head, I do not know how close we are to that threshold, but I do not believe we are beyond it. It is still within that, within the development potential that was assumed for that, and that the CPSP does break it out into the various different areas.
Okay.
So there's like the upper reach and the different areas of the CPSP.
Right. So we're not using like outdated numbers. Like, look, we anticipated development. Like, hey, we're already well beyond that. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And then also just to note that the CPSP EIR does predate the general plan EIR. So then there was subsequent review that was done as part of the general plan EIR.
Now, was there site specific in the general plan? Was there site specific analysis for this area? Because I know there's very general, like, look, it's unavoidable. We're going to have more people, noise, traffic, but there are benefits to that. Site specific guidance for this area in that general plan EIR?
It's site specific in the way that it analyzes the land use that's allowed there, but it wouldn't say, that there's going to be 132.
Okay.
It wouldn't say the specific development that's here, but rather what would be allowed under the general plan land use designation.
Okay. So then moving from there, biological resources technical report, it's addressed in obviously some of the biomitigations. In reading that report, we had 2 site visits pretty much sequentially, right? There was one on, I believe, January 11th, then on January 21st of 22. Do we feel that, and I know there are mitigations that kind of accommodate for bird nesting season, things like that, even though the visits didn't occur then, it's almost like we're assuming and avoiding those times. But with those site visits so close together, do we feel we've really captured a full picture of the biological diversity of the site, given seasonal variability, migration patterns, patterns of general movement through the area? It just struck me as, generally you'll see 2 site visits in a biological resources assessment spaced out months apart, 2 totally different times of the year. And I know there was a follow-up for one of the flowering plants that may have been in bloom in June, but it was laser focused on that and kind of doing an inventory of flora. So how does that play into that analysis when you guys look at that and say, yeah, we've assessed impacts, we know we're any concerns with our visits on site by those consultants being like right next to each other?
Right. So the site visit itself is only one piece of the analysis. So they also rely on records from the California CNDDB. I'm forgetting the full acronym at this point, but they do, use a variety of different resources to determine what special status species and other types of species that can occur on site. So the site visit is only one piece of that. And I might actually look to Dylan because I think there was some recent case law that came out about the timing of biological surveys, and I don't want to misspeak on it. I don't know if you know which one I'm talking about, but it's that you don't have to continue to go out and keep looking because we kind of know, the site visit was done and they didn't observe anything that was there, but they do know that there's a potential for those species to be there. Right. So everything together is kind of compiles the whole record and represents what's possible to occur on the site. Sorry to put you on the spot, Dylan.
No, that's fine, Crystal. And I think that is accurate. And that's similar to the Sid Commons case recently that Petaluma litigated and was successful regarding site visits from way back when. As long as those site visits are still pretty relevant and applicable and there's nothing that's really changed, cities can rely on those for their CEQA documents.
Okay. Appreciate that. And then moving on, kind of a similar vein, the Bio4 mitigation measure. We're talking about the coastal salt marsh fringe wetlands, obviously one of the most sensitive sites, I believe like 0.4 or 0.004 acres of the site. We're kind of interfering with that area, and the offset, as is pretty classic, is we are saying, look, you're going to have to get XYZ permits, which is part of the process, right? So we're saying the mitigation is you're going to have to get all these permits from the relevant oversight bodies, which I think, as was referenced before, I don't love just kicking it to a bigger oversight body. I find they're not as site specific as we can be. But I know that there's been guidance in the past that, look, we kind of have to see those oversight bodies as the buck stops with them. But yeah, so that plays into my question here. Or my, I guess more of a comment, because the mitigations are basically wetlands trading and they will also fill out the right applications that they would have to anyway. Do we think that mitigation in terms of impacts to a sensitive wetland area, which I'm hyper aware of only because people in the community are hyper aware of it, right? I mean, I appreciate the analysis of land use and what is actually the most sensitive wetland area is not the whole site, right? So I understand that. But in the context of, being hypersensitive about these areas, do we feel like this really goes to a less than significant level when our abatement is like wetlands trading? Again, don't love it. And, bigger oversight bodies having to approve permits. Is that kind of making sure that we're really less than significant level?
So it is typical accepted mitigation by those regulatory bodies. And I will note that we did do early consultation with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We didn't receive any comments from them on the project. So essentially early consultation is we provide them with the biological report and we try to consult with them early on so that we can identify any issues kind of at the early stages of the project. And then just to clarify the wetlands trading, I'm not really sure. I just want to clarify that the mitigation requires replacement on site if those wetlands are affected during construction. And the only impacts that would occur would be from the installation of those two outfall, repair and replacement of the one outfall and then installation of the other outfall.
Mm-hmm.
But at operation, there would be no other impacts to wetlands because the project isn't removing any wetlands. So to answer your question, it is mitigation that has been accepted to reduce that to less than significant because the oversight body will review it and ensure that they're complying with all their regulations. And then again, they would be doing the one-to-one replacement if any of the wetlands are damaged or removed during construction of those outfalls.
Yeah, and I think my hackles got a little raised when I said maybe wetlands credits from an approved mitigation bank or proponent created wetlands at an on or off-site location. So you're saying the administrative guidance would be, look, on-site, that's what we want. Okay. And I'm seeing the applicant team shake their heads, so that is a good sign. And then I'm just marching down this, so apologies, but I'm just going to march down to Bio 5. And this is something in the Arborist report, which is kind of the follow-up to the biological resources report. I see here that we say, we're going to be replacing the 326 inches at breast height of trees that are going to be removed with 24-inch box trees all around the site to a total in the Arborist report of about 290 inches. And in that report, it recommended, look, we'll need to add in some 36-inch box trees to hit that number. And here it's saying we'll do kind of a fee. Assuming this moves forward, can we stick with that Arborist reports guide, the Arborist report guidance, which was, look, let's upgrade to some bigger trees to really hit that breast height inches versus paying an in lieu fee?
Yes, and also the mitigation does say at the minimum 24-inch box, so that meaning that they can go beyond that. So there, and the replacement on site and the in lieu fee is actually also something that's allowed by the IZO. So it's identified in the IZO that they can either replace on site, which I think is generally preferred.
Right.
I think it's fair to say that. But in the event that there's not space for the trees, because obviously a 24-inch box tree is not going to, it's the mature trees are so large that it would take a lot to do that. So that's kind of why we put that in the mitigation, because it's already allowed by the IZO, and then to kind of provide flexibility. But if it would help to clarify in the mitigation and add the 36-inch box, I think we could probably do that as part of the final MND if that would help.
It just seemed like a different, in that, they were like clear about, hey, to hit your number of this actual one-to-one replacement, you should have some bigger trees in there. And I understand we have to offer flexibility based on the rules the applicant's playing by, right? So we have to put that in there. I don't know if it's possible to tighten that up. I'm a tree person, obviously. So that would be something great that we could look at.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I think questions were already answered about setback from the river. It's my understanding then that with the river enhancement and access plan in this area, downtown, urban, there's no formal X amount. And I'm looking at page 62 in the MND on the second paragraph, one of the last lines. The proposed development would be set back approximately blank from the Petaluma River and McNear Canal top of bank. Now, if the setback doesn't matter, maybe a blank is okay, but I think that would be a
That's just a
good number.
cl-
Yeah,
clerical
do we know
error,
the
so yeah.
number, the setback?
I'd probably defer to Andrew on that one.
There should be a minimum of 30 feet.
Okay. From the site plan, it looks like that. If we're talking about a 10-foot path, it looks like we're that far back. Okay. And then, I mean, we've talked about flooding. So I think we've really hit that item. I did have concerns raised about effluent waste stormwater backups, right? If there's flooding, stormwater doesn't have anywhere to go, that could exacerbate. But I'm assuming that an analysis of their plan, if not to a SPAR level, at least to the point of seeing their proposed stormwater installation, we're saying that there is not going to be an exacerbated flood risk based on the sufficiency of their current proposed stormwater. Am I correct in assuming that?
We're going to have the project engineer respond.
Perfect.
I think the simple answer is yes. We're going to be doing a number of hydrology, drainage, stormwater management reports that will demonstrate that we've appropriately planned for the flooding and are mitigating for it. So I think your question is, or the answer to your question is yes.
A simple answer. All right, fantastic. And you know, one of these issues that I had, it's actually kind of looping back to the biological. I don't know why my note's a little bit further down, but you know, when we talk about site use, right, we're definitely intensifying a use of the site. Right now, it's basically unused, and we're not only adding buildings, we're adding loads of human activity. Now, most of the biological assessment is on, you know, whether there will be physical disturbance of habitat, whether there will be turbidity in the water affecting the fish. There's going to be ongoing intensive use human activity at the site that wasn't there before. There's going to be noise, lights. I know that anyone works with fish, light is like a huge thing that can throw off spawning and migration patterns. And so where does that analysis show up of kind of the continued use affecting wildlife, especially sensitive fish species? But I think, you know, you really called out that there likely are bird species in the area too. Where does that ongoing use part play in there? It might be just something I missed.
I might.
I can help with that, Crystal, if you
I
want
appreciate
to
it.
find any specifics. But like Crystal said, these neg decks, they consider construction and our operation. So that operation, that's the continued use. I know glare, that's something that was definitely considered. Regarding the biological species, like Crystal said, there's, what is it, Crystal? Some acronym you put into a website, right, and look it up and put in the address, and then all the special habit species will come up. And it didn't sound like there was any for the fish, or at least they were concerned about mitigating neg decks for the glare or noises. Crystal, do you think that's right, or?
Yeah, so 6.4D talks about, does discuss the nighttime illumination associated with the introduction of the new lights, and then refers to the IZO, which requires the downcast lighting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, nighttime illumination, new light sources can introduce.
Yes.
Can send daylight to. Okay, be shielded downward. Wildlife species. Okay, so you guys have thought about that. You know, that's in the vein of thinking, would an EIR get us to some analyses that this isn't, but that is captured in there? Noise levels, light levels, affecting, you know, during use, not just during construction. You know, and this is a question we talk about 6.14, population and housing. The current unsheltered population that lives there has been referenced. Do we think about displacement of unsheltered residents when the site is built? Because ostensibly, with a change in context, with a change in use, those folks will end up somewhere if that's not the site anymore. So does that play into the analysis? I know this kind of shades itself toward people in existing housing. But I know as a city, policy-wise, we've really taken, we're on this track to end homelessness, and we're really trying to engage the unsheltered population. So I just think that movement of people, especially if they're going other places, is that analyzed in here as well?
It is not, because like you said, the CEQA does look at displacement of housing units and the people that are in those units. I think if it was the direction of the commission that we do look at that for future projects, we can certainly, I think, I might look to Heather and Dylan, but maybe that's something that we could discuss. But I think at present, it is sort of just a limit in what CEQA requires that we look at when we're reviewing a project for environmental impacts.
Right. I would also add that this is on private property, and so there's not any housing units or people living on this site. So from the CEQA perspective, when you talk about displacement of housing, it's housing on the site. And this
Right.
isn't displacing.
So the folks we're
anybody
talking
on the
about
site.
are not necessarily on this site, so it doesn't really fall into the purview of this review.
Yeah, it's not a CEQA impact in that way, and it's
Okay.
not. There is no housing provided on this site, so the project is not displacing.
Well, I know I brush up against scope sometimes, so I appreciate you guys kind of walking through that with me. And let me just see if I have some other. Has one mitigation. It talks about, and I know there's talk about erosion during or controlling for erosion and runoff during construction. I would assume that applies to the hazardous materials process, right? Because we're wetting down after we remove haz soil. I'm assuming all those same measures would still be in place for that.
Correct, and those would be defined by the oversight agency, which is why we went through the process of, if you're speaking about hazard mitigation
Yeah,
measure one,
has
is that
one.
correct? Yeah, so they have, regulations about how the materials are stored and where they're disposed of and all of that, because they do contain hazardous materials. And so that would all be done kind of through that process of that oversight agency. And then in addition, the city also has the erosion control requirements, which are just standard in the municipal code.
Okay. And then I swear, one of my final questions about geologic analysis. The 2018 report, the Soils and Geology report, I'm forgetting the name of the company right now, talks about, and it's echoed in 2021, talks about liquefaction and lateral spread based on soil types on the site. I think in 2020, the 2021 analysis kind of analyzed that report and said, we opine that the liquefaction will not be as severe as they said. So I guess there's kind of a debate on what kind of risk there is. But the mitigation, and this might be totally industry standard, but just to get my logic around it, is to have a site-specific plan be generated and it will be implemented and no more substantial impact. So is that getting us to a place where we feel like, hey, this site, even though there are risks of liquefaction, I think it's like 60 feet down, even though there are some risks of this young bay mud and some of these other issues, we don't have a design yet. We don't know how we're going to embrace that problem, but we will get one and do it. Does that meet the threshold to say, look, that's totally mitigated, never a risk?
So the preliminary geotechnical investigations that were done for the MND, like you said, it is standard to do those. And essentially what they're looking for is it feasible from a geotechnical standpoint to build on this site, given what the site conditions are? And then as part of the building permit process, whether you're subject to review under CEQA or not, you are required to do a site-specific geotechnical investigation that considers like the load factors, and maybe Jeff Stutzman can speak to this a little bit more. But those analyses, so when they do I don't know if it would actually come at the SPAR process or if it would come at the building permit process, but when they have the specific design of the buildings, if they're wood framed or otherwise, then that would inform the types of foundations that they have and that sort of thing. And so because those requirements are already in place at the state level, from a CEQA perspective, we just say, is it feasible from a geotechnical standpoint? What are the potential, issues, liquefaction, landslides, et cetera?
Right.
So that then we can kind of understand and further discuss those if we need to. But the site is, as it mentions in the geotechnical report, relatively flat. Yes, it does have some potential issues, but with a design level geotechnical report, it's feasible.
That is the solution, because I read that, and geological reports are often scary. I've read a few, and it's like, what kind of problems are we talking about? And I think it's just the technical language, the forces involved, but we're confident that there will be some plan that will meet the measure, because that's a huge concern for the site. And then the final thing was, I think partially addressed, or comes from an email sent by Planning Manager Triple today. What made this site an MND versus an EIR? Because we look at the riverfront property, so just across the river, there's Riverfront and Skinnell. Those both went the route of EIR. What makes this site or this applicant unique, and we feel comfortable saying, look, we've gone through the CEQA checklist, minimum negative declaration gets us there, compared to those other sites that I would think have pretty comparable considerations?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to it, and then maybe Andrew and Heather can join in. But so like we talked about earlier, the site has already been kind of considered for this level of development. And then when we received those technical studies and they showed that there were potentially significant impacts, but that there were feasible mitigations to reduce those to less than significant, that's when we identified that an MND was needed. For Skinnell, I believe that they're changing the entire general plan land use of the entire site from river dependent industrial to housing. And then in addition, they're proposing a different type of housing, which is resulting in some VMT impacts that I think cannot be mitigated. I don't want to speak too definitively because I know that's still in process and they're going through all of that. But that's sort of like I was saying earlier, the process we go through is looking at the technical studies, looking at the existing policy documents and the program level environmental review documents that have been prepared, and then figuring out whether those impacts could be reduced to less than significant, which is what we concluded in the MND.
And I believe with the Riverfront project, the applicant requested to do an EIR during that review. So that was not an EIR due to a significant and unavoidable impact. It was a request of the applicant to go through the EIR process.
Right, and in fact, that that EIR did not find any significant and unavoidable impacts. Mm-hmm. So CEQA sets up the process of the initial study and making the determination for what level of CEQA document is required based upon the findings of the initial study. But that doesn't preclude anyone or other factors outside of environmental impacts from either making a decision to go to a higher level of analysis or forcing a decision to go to a higher level of analysis.
Well, it's my understanding EIR might be more legally robust. Challenging an MND with the fair argument test is a little...
Well, an EIR is more legally robust, but so is a statutory exemption. So, it really depends upon the legal structure of what you're doing and why you're doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, those are all my questions. I'll save comments for when we take votes, but thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Rakusin. Commissioner Wisman?
Great. Thanks, Chair Bauer, and thanks much to to staff and the applicant for a very comprehensive set of presentations and follow-up. Really appreciate that. Most of my questions are just confirming things that came up in the report and what I've heard tonight as well. A couple that are tangential, but I think have an indirect impact on this project. If staff can provide just a quick update, if you have one, on the progress and timeline of the Haystack project, presumably across the way, just so we get some level of context there.
I'm looking to Heather for that response because she's more familiar with the project than me.
So, and you might know other things more off the top of your tongue, Andrew, but so the Haystack project was approved. And it obviously hasn't started construction, but they did receive all of their planning entitlements. There has been a lot of changes with Pacifica, which is the developer. So the project representative. There's been changes, that kind of stuff. We did recently receive a request for an extension to keep their approval, their site plan and architectural approval alive while they're trying to make some modifications or explore some modifications to make the project viable for construction. So I don't have a definitive answer, but I know they're trying to see what needs to happen to make that project viable.
Great. Okay. Appreciate the update. Also, contextual in nature, because the D Street Bridge is such a important artery across the bridge and through the middle of town. Wondering if there's any update on the Caulfield extension and the Caulfield Bridge as another major cross river artery.
I think we heard about that last night, and I think
Shame on me for not attending.
I think we are going out to bid for 30% design. Full design. So that is moving forward in that way.
And I believe that design process concludes in 2025. I think was
okay.
yeah.
Okay. So steps towards it.
Sounds like progress since
Yeah.
the last time we
Yeah.
heard a report. Yeah, so appreciate that. A couple more questions, and I'll fire them off if applicant or staff want to take them sequentially, or all at the end. It's completely up to you. To the applicant, have you explored any participation in any efforts for dredging, either along the river or in the canal?
Hello, commissioners. First time up here tonight. Exciting. My name is Keith McCoy with Urban Mixed Development, and to answer your question, no. We're not planning to do any more work. It's been since 1945 or so since they've been working on the river, either the Lynn family or their predecessors. The need to dredge is not quite as much as it was. I think it's still important for recreational vehicles and other craft that come up through the river, but and I think the city has been taking the lead on that. Most recently, that it was dredged. Probably needs to be dredged again in another 10 or 15 years, but probably not as often as it was before when the Army Corps did it. Okay.
Following along with Commissioner McCarlane asked earlier about the riverbanks, has there been any thought or any plans to fortify the riverbanks? Not to the extent that they go right up to the foundations of the building, but the riverbanks themselves to prevent erosion or anything else on those lines.
There are proposed landscaping enhancements that are proposed, natural in focus, but there are components of the plan that do include re-landscaping, revegetating that riverbank, which will feed into future erosion protection.
Okay, great, thanks. We heard from a representative of Shamrock tonight and also saw their public comment, and just wondering if the applicant, have you had any direct conversation with them to date?
Yeah, so as they pointed out, we did have a conference call with Vulcan just earlier this week, I think, and we did talk about this noise factor and the night issues or light issues, and we're in agreement that there should be notice within the CC&Rs or a notice on the map. I think that's a great idea. As far as an easement, we did not talk about an easement over the property. I think that would be not necessary in this instance, but we're happy to continue to have a dialogue with Vulcan and work out a noticing proposition that I think would be good for both them and for us. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Sure.
Thank you, Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to continue speaking with the applicant. The reason why the easement document is so important is because the notice is not enforceable. So what happens, and this you can Google it yourselves, it happens around the world. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, our sites operates often 24/7, and people don't like the noise, they don't like the lights, and they complain to the city, and then they sue. And without an easement document, you can't be protected against that, and you can't ensure long-term compatibility. So that's why it's important.
Understood. Thank you.
And
I also-
Commissioner Weisman, I can kind of address that. There
Sure.
is a doctrine called coming to the nuisance where it makes sense. If you are knowledgeable about potential nuisances that pre-exist and you move there, then you can, it's a defense as part of the factors for any nuisance lawsuits. So we believe that the conditions address that, including Chair Potter's, or Commissioner Potter's recommendation. I think that's a good condition as well. So I do think we address those concerns for any potential nuisance lawsuits.
Commissioners, we'd like to welcome the opportunity to talk with City Attorney on that, because I understand the doctrine of coming to the nuisance not to be that way in California.
Mhm.
But if he has authorities that I'm not aware of, be happy to look at them.
Thank you.
Can I just add also other projects in the boundaries of the SMART code? The conditions that are added to this project have been that are similar to what we've done. We did it with the river apartments directly across the river that were a Basin Street project. We had something that said every time you lease, you have to put it in the lease so that if somebody starts complaining about activity, you're like, no, you know. And then we also, I believe it was also, I think it might have been Celsius 44 on First Street. We had something similar there because you have the warehouses, you have the, forklifts up and down First Street, and wanting to make it really clear that you're moving into an area where there is industrial and we honor our industrial, and you're doing this knowingly. So the conditions that we have put on this project are similar to what we have done with other projects. Can I also just a little clarification on the dredging question and the response? So maintenance dredging is anticipated, is a need that will need to be continued about every 5 years or so. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is responsible for maintaining the navigable federal channel, and they do plan to dredge again in the next couple of years. It's in their appropriations budget, and they don't anticipate any issues with that. So got that input from Gina Benedetti-Petnick.
Great.
In
Thanks for
response
that
to
update.
that question.
Does that include the canal also, or just the main riverway?
I think it's just the main, it's not the canal.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. I also had a question about raising grade, and I think that was addressed as a mitigation against sea level rise. I also had a question about how it would be done, whether it be cut and fill or bringing in fill from outside. But somewhat related, you referred to the permeability of the pavement. How much, do you have an estimate of how much square footage of permeability there is on that site? From the hip is good enough. It more or less leads to my next question. Pardon?
What was the last statement you made?
I said from the hip is fine. It
Oh,
doesn't
I
have to be
think there is a
exact
number
down to
in
the
here.
Square inch.
Give me 1 second. So total pervious area within the site is nearly 120,000 square feet. So
Okay.
just shy of 3 acres.
Okay. And then the fill that's being used to raise grade, does that allow for enough absorption if you have all of that, presumably all of that water or whatever draining down? Will it allow for, enough absorption such that there's not runoff?
To an extent. I mean, the fill that will be placed, it'll be placed in an engineered fill manner, so it'll be compacted. As far as the pavers themselves that we're proposing within the alleyways and the lanes, obviously we're trying to utilize all the sustainable design tools that are at our in our chest here. And so we're minimizing impervious area. We understand, and there's design guidelines on pervious pavers, one that can support the load that we're expecting with them being in the lanes, and then two, that have lower permeability underneath because of either low permeability soils or compaction. And so what that translates to is we end up with calculations that require a deeper section below of rock where stormwater can be stored and promote infiltration for whatever extent it can, and then an underdrain pipe that will collect excess runoff that comes through the pavers but then doesn't actually infiltrate. It'll have a point of release that then is released to the storm drain system. So we get the benefit of detention, some level of promoted infiltration, as well as some cleansing through the pavers in the rock section.
Good, thank you. Question on height. What is your anticipated height relative to the apartments across and all the structures directly across to the south? Is it equivalent, or are they going to be higher?
I believe the answer is we're going to be lower, but I would want to check to make sure. That's an older project, and I don't have it locked in my memory. We're not going to be taller.
Okay.
On the river.
Okay. Thank you. Then there was a reference to the to your funding. I think it was $900,000 for open space and $1.7 million for other traffic work. That is incremental and additional to what's required specifically for the project. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Those would be development impact fees that would be charged by the city. So yes, there's requirements for improvements to the river trail, to the development of the trail along the Petaluma River, public improvements and such, and then development impact fees assessed on top of that based upon certain project characteristics.
Open above. Okay, great. Thank you. And then if staff, I know it's alluded to that this was phase one of two, and I think there's a couple other things in the report that talk about, but can you just give a quick summary of what the following milestones, major milestones and timelines are should commission approve this evening, and what happens next?
Sure. So following, should commission approve the resolutions recommending to council, then the project's 4 required phase 1 entitlements would go on to council for review and either adoption or approval. A necessary step then would be the land acquisition of the portion of land underlying the river trail area in order for the project to be able to secure an emergency vehicle access easement from the city. And then, of course, the project would proceed to final map. And then at the time of final map, with regard to the public access easement or that private road easement that currently exists, the final map could resolve that easement by not including that easement on the final map, and by through the final map conveyance, then granting the easement to the city for the public access over the alleyways. Mm-hmm. So those are 2 pretty important maneuvers that have to happen as part of the project's process that would happen subsequent to a tentative map approval. Would certainly have to happen prior to recordation of the final map, but could happen between a tentative subdivision map approval and then a subsequent SPAR entitlement being brought forward to the commission. Does that make sense? There's kind of a lot of moving parts there, but sure.
No, I appreciate that. Great. And I think that's it. Thanks, Chair Bauer.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wisman. Council Liaison Kato Thompson.
Thank you. A lot of my questions have been answered, but the nuisance is a concern. I want to make sure that that is clear for the residents. The purple pipelines should be included in the area because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. You know, when you're looking at the pretty pictures, you're seeing like piers. Are those part of the project? Off the, where the building is that will be for the small craft or whatever. I don't know if those are piers that are going to go into the water. I'm unclear.
Yeah. Can someone answer that for Vice Mayor?
So the existing, what they were called dolphins, and there's a pier and a dock. Those are all part of the industrial use of the site for offloading the oyster shells into the oyster shed building. It's our understanding that those are within the state lands easement, and that when the easement is no longer, the former user of that site has to either remove those piers or remove some of the things, the remnants in the water, or they may stay depending on the future lease of that area. So for now, we're trying to figure out what we can keep and what's going to stay. That'll come along in the next phase of the process.
So are you evaluating if they're safe or not to use to build on?
Yeah, they would need to be repaired for public use. We can tell you that.
But we are going to do public use.
Yeah, the intent on the dock area near the shed, and we're working with Greg and the craft folks. We would look to see how those can be reused or repurposed. We just haven't gotten to that design level yet.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually looking forward to development in this area. I've been talking about it for probably 25, 30 years, about the importance of development in downtown and not in the north part of town, where there's definitely a lot of flood area, habitat. The most beautiful part of the river is down there. And I think it's really important to focus on downtown. Sea level rise does concern me, and I wish we had the mapping today, but we don't. A big issue for me is D Street and the PG&E lines. I believe the ones on the north side cannot be underground, but the ones on the south side will be. And so we're going to have lines that are underground, and then there's lines that won't be to Lakeville. And I really feel as though it's important that the city addresses this, and we figure a way of undergrounding the poles on the south side. I believe that it would make, and it's, you know, there's going to be traffic issues, but the way it exists is going to be problematic. And I don't really want to wait until the next project and the next project, so we can actually complete D Street from the bridge to the Smart Rail crossing. And when the Smart Rail crossing was done, we should have projected out. And that didn't happen. And I realized people own properties, and that was a problem. But for me, that is one of the biggest problems with this project is D Street from the bridge to Lakeville. And I think that's something that staff should, we should have a real discussion about that, and probably should have done that last night in the budget. But this was coming today, and I wasn't really sure how to accomplish that. But I think that is a big problem for me. The project itself, I'm comfortable with. As far as the watercraft building, I would think the developer needs to talk with people that know what they need for the watercraft building, more so than I do. But there's a lot of opportunities there. So I think you need more community outreach. Landscaping near McNear Cove, I do have concern, since we don't dredge that area, that bank stabilization is very important. And I just want to make sure that the landscaping that's done is the right type of landscaping for around water areas, and specifically this one. This is a very different project than the Scannell property, so I kind of look at it as apples and oranges almost. And I kind of want to have more of a conversation on D Street and the PG&E lines and see what we can accomplish as a community to not have to wait for 10, 15 years for that to happen, because I don't think that is fair to the to all of us that live in this town. And most of my other questions were already asked, so I'm going to stop.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Cater Thompson. Like you, a lot of my questions were already asked and answered, but I still have a few that I wanted to talk about. One of my concerns is the parking at the park, our park now, because I really do like the alleyways of this project, but I feel like that's going to cause a little bit of a parking issue in the area, and I worry that the residents, are going to want to park in the city parking lot. And I was wondering if we need to talk about at this stage, or if it's a later stage, putting some sort of parking restrictions on that park, and when to do that, like have 4-hour parking or metered parking or something like that in the city parking lot. I think we're going to need that, because I probably could guarantee you that residents will park there as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, I think we'll have to have some conversations about it. I don't have a response
Mm-hmm.
to that off the top to create parking restrictions other
Right.
than I think if I'm not mistaken, there might be already a sign that says something like no parking dusk to dawn or something. But we'll have to look into that.
Yeah, think it should be more restricted than that, just so you don't have people parking there all day long, so that people that want to use the park can use the park instead of just people like parking their car there all day.
Sure.
So at some point, I don't know if we need to talk about it at this part of this project, but it is part of this project. So I think at some point we should.
I think, Chair, if the purpose of the conditions of approval is primarily to shape the final map, then it might be appropriate to add those conditions on the SPAR.
Okay.
And then we can also work with the city to identify what might be the best
Okay.
approach in the interim.
I don't care when, I think
Sure,
it needs to happen.
great. We'll
Okay,
take note of
thanks.
that.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. The other thing is, I agree with the recycled water portion of it, that Councilmember Cater Thompson and Commissioner Potter said that, maybe we don't have the pipes for it right now, but I think one day we are going to have it. So to have that, or those already ready, have purple pipes ready for hookup when we do get there, because we're going to get there, right? I think that's the goal, one of our goals, and to have the project be part of that system is important, I think. So if we could, I don't know if we need to add that as a condition of approval, but I think it's a good idea. And if that's cost prohibitive, the applicant might want to let us know at this point. But I think we need to honor using recycled water in this area. Let's see, and I just wanted to confirm, I know Commissioner Rakusin was saying we're not going to do wetlands trading, right? All the wetlands that are going to be disturbed from this project are going to be mitigated on site. Is that right?
Correct. So
Yeah,
it's
okay.
a one-to-one
A one-to-one
replacement.
on site, not off site.
Yeah, I believe, and I can double check the mitigation, and
Okay.
if it does say offsite, I think we can probably
Okay.
change that. And it sounds like, maybe the applicant can confirm, but it sounds like they're committed to
Doing on-site.
doing that replacement.
Awesome. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, good. Yeah, if we could maybe change the language to that before we go final, that would be great. Let's see. My other thing is, because we're considering removing the warrant for private open space on this, because we have so much available open space nearby, I think it's a total of like 34 acres that's right there. Does that mean that part of the applicant's fees is going to go to the Petaluma River Park?
No.
No.
So the land, so we take the fees in, the fee structure is set up based on like open space acquisition, based on acquiring a certain amount of open space to meet the needs of the population. Parkland acquisition is to acquire parkland. So that's not what we're talking about here. We're not talking about acquiring parkland. I mean, I guess in the future, that's something that the city has funds, and that fund grows for acquiring open space or acquiring parkland or developing parks consistent with our general plan.
So in other words, their fees would go to if we were going to one day acquire some of that Petaluma River Park.
Theoretically, but it doesn't go to the park next door necessarily. It goes kind of similar with traffic impact fees. It goes into a fund, and we identify certain major citywide infrastructure improvements, and those funds are prioritized based on those over time.
I just wish there was some way to promote the use of the Petaluma River Park, since it's going to be used by the residents and public here.
And I will also say that the applicant has been working closely with the Petaluma River Park, and we've had conversations about some of the things that they are really interested in to enhance. So some of the wayfinding, some of the making sure it's clear to pull people to the park from D Street.
Right.
So if you have more to add to that.
Yeah, not just the River Park, Friends of the River Park as well. In fact, early on, we met with them at the Heritage Center and said, what do you guys need if we build a project here? And so we came upon the idea of creating a small parking lot for them on city land that would have, fire hydrant, utility stub to it. And that's a small parking for events or for handicapped folks, or, just offloading and onloading for special events, that kind of thing. And so that's one of our things, since our fees don't go towards the park. So we're putting this forward as an additional amenity for the park and access to it.
And you talked to them about that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
And Chair, just one point as well. I believe that in order to designate those fees for a specific park project, there would be an assessment district would have to be established
Oh, okay.
to receive them. So I don't think it could just be done through
Yes.
this entitlement process.
Yep. Understand. Thank you. The other thing is, I noticed that the boathouse has a component to it that looks like we might propose to have some private use or storage of private watercraft, but it doesn't seem like there's a way to get the watercraft onto the water there. That pier that we're having is, seems like it's like a few feet above the water, and just dropping it right in seems difficult. So I would like to have some sort of dock there so that people could put those boats in the water, because otherwise it's a pretty far walk, I think, to the next dock, right? I mean, that's really too far for people to walk.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that have to be figured out. So what you see in those pictures actually is an elevated wharf that Lynn Marine, they can get their equipment in and out. And then they have and a lot of it is structural steel with some fairly heavy timbers, and then of course pilings, steel and lumber. So what you'd have adjacent to that would be docks attached to those pilings, and then you'd have to have some kind of gangway that would probably go from the southern end down to that dock.
Right.
So it is something that can be done. Again, it's just so early in the process to see what the economic factors involved with that. There'd obviously be permitting involved, but in terms of the scope of the river width and the Army Corps, that should be doable.
Right. I would like for it to be done, and that I would like it done as part of this project. And I don't know if that's part of the SPAR or now, but I think, if we're going to store boats there, which I think is a good idea, to have a way to actually put those in the water, and, whether it's done by the applicant or by somebody, a private company, I do think it should be publicly accessible. So somehow we need to work that in. Councilmember Cater Thompson, I have one more comment, but do you want to wait? Okay. This is going to be very nuanced, what I'm going to say next, so bear with me, please. But I looked at the site remediation plan, and I noticed that there's some soil vapors of TCE that they found. And I noticed that the attenuation factor that was used is an old one. Now, there's new ones now, 0.03, and they used to use 0.001. And I understand why they used the old one, but still, the new one is what is being used right now. And because this is residential, I feel like we should be a little bit more conservative. And the way to mitigate that would be to have a thicker vapor barrier. So I don't know if you could do a 15 mil vapor barrier underneath the buildings. If you know, that's what I would recommend.
I don't recall actually being required to do a vapor barrier.
I think it was proposed.
It's one of the proposed mitigations.
mhm,
I think,
yeah.
as one of the conditions is we have to take this to the Regional Water Quality Board and or DTSC, and they're going to determine what type of mitigation we have to do, depending on further testing that needs to be done during the construction phase. So I think in this instance, they found a small amount of vapor area that can probably be mitigated without having to do a vapor barrier.
Okay,
In my experience, doing similar types of projects.
Yeah, I think a vapor barrier was recommended. I'm just recommending a thicker one
Yeah.
to be extra
Yeah,
cautious,
I mean-
just because of the attenuation factor that was used was less conservative than what the new guidance is recommending. So consider that. I
Yeah.
think your residents would feel a lot more comfortable with that.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. I think the other last question that I had is just something that Councilmember Cater Thompson just said. So the PG&E lines, is that at all possible to put underground because they're redoing the sidewalk in that area along D Street, or is that that's a city thing and we're not gonna go with that, right?
I think we'll ask the expert.
What?
I said we'll rely on the expert.
Okay.
So there's two parts to it. I mean, I think when you look at the north side, that's 12 kV. So that's the big stuff, and that's very expensive. Even PG&E will say it's very, very expensive. It's somewhat cost prohibitive to do that. So that's kind of its own animal. On the south side, we do require developments to do undergrounding as part of it. So you'll see that one of the conditions is undergrounding their frontage piece of it.
Okay.
So there is this kind of hodgepodge
Nice.
skip until
All right.
we get it done.
I was just thinking, for their portion of it, it's going to be underground.
Yes.
Okay. There's something?
Something is better than nothing, right?
Yes.
Well, the goal is obviously to get there at the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have, and I'm going to kick it back to Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Well, since you brought up the PG&E lines, I still feel as though maybe the city council needs to have this discussion, because for me, it's just not acceptable not to go all the way to Lakeville. It's not that many more poles, I don't think. I think a couple. And I've been on this for many years. And I just think it's really important, because when this project is done, you're going to drive down D Street and then all of a sudden, you're back to what it looks like now. And I just don't think that is the right way to develop this area. It's the very important arterial in our town. And I know that we can't make that decision, but after this, I would like to talk with staff about what direction we can go to see if we can make that happen at the same time as you're undergrounding the other ones. And so do it all at one time. And then eventually, hopefully the city's going to get paid back by development that will occur. And so that's...
And I would just say, I noted, and this isn't something we are going to add to or condition the applicant to do beyond their frontage, and if we want to have a conversation with leadership with, then we'll do that. But we don't currently have a program or the funding to do undergrounding, set up reimbursement agreements, that kind of stuff. So that would
Right.
be.
No, I understand
yeah.
that.
Okay.
But I will still be, after this, I will continue to
We'll be
see,
chatting.
make sure it gets, it
Yes.
happens. And then the other thing is just like, with, when you're doing the dock area, which I appreciate what you brought up, Heidi, because it was actually a comment I wanted to make and didn't. But like showers and different things, I mean, for all those amenities. So I think that comes at a later date. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Council Member. Okay, now we'll move on to our comment section. And the way I'm looking at it, there are three things, bulk things that we need to talk about. One is if we're going to recommend that the council adopt the CEQA IS mitigated neg deck. That's one thing. And then the other second thing is are we going to recommend that they adopt the general plan amendment and the smart code regulating plan zoning map amendment. So those two things are kind of together in my mind. They really are one. And then the third thing is approve a tentative subdivision map with the warrants, including removal of the loop road and the reduction in ground floor ceiling height. And you have a list of those. So those are three things that I think we need to comment on if we are going to approve those tonight. So I think we'll go ahead and I think we'll start back over at Commissioner Potter.
Well, thanks so much, Chair Bauer. And I did want to comment on the discussion that we've had quite a bit of on the wetlands, and this feeds into the CEQA document. So the wetland regulations are part of the Clean Water Act. They're federal and state laws, and there's federal and state regulatory agencies that have authority. As the mitigated neg deck indicates, permits will need to be obtained by these agencies, who are staffed by professionals with expertise in engineering, geology, and biology, and water quality. And so I just want to caution against being too prescriptive, because they will work with the applicant when they get the application for the permit and make sure that all efforts were made to avoid any impacts to the wetland, quantify the impacts that were there, develop a compensatory mitigation program, and also set the ratios and the manner of mitigation. And so even though we might assume that it's a 1-to-1, I don't think we should limit ourselves to that. The regulators may come back with a 2-to-1 or something more favorable. And so I think in the case, as you mentioned, with the hazardous waste cleanup, we're deferring to the Department of Toxic Substance and Control or the regional board, who have expertise in those areas to do that, as well as you have that expertise clearly. But I think it's also the case for the wetlands that we've included that in the CEQA document, and it's properly deferred to the permitting phase. So I feel that the CEQA document is appropriate, it's comprehensive, we've had all our questions answered, and I'm in support of recommending to the City Council that they adopt that for the project. I also feel like the development is appropriate for the site, and that the requested general plan amendment and smart code will unify the site for this future development of an underutilized parcel, and it will help us to get early implementation of the 6th cycle housing element that will help us meet our goals for affordable housing, and also importantly is providing a new kind of housing stock that diversifies it for purchase condominium that also has an appropriate amount of affordable housing. And with regard to the subdivision map, I think there'll be further discussion about the layout, but I'm not an architect, but the basic concept of bringing the public spaces and the water-dependent uses onto the riverfront seem to be solid. And also the way of activating and creating spaces and implementing kind of smart growth, I think, is really well thought out. So overall, the development provides a lot of benefits for the city, for an underutilized parcel, and it's going to help us to improve the housing situation. I think it's going to also provide more public access to the site and to the water, and it's an important transit-oriented development project that I support.
Thank you, Commissioner Potter. So if I'm hearing correctly, you approved all four of those, right?
Yes, and I did have a question about whether we would take it as one motion or 3 different items.
Would you want us to, when and if we make a motion, would we be doing it as one item or separate ones?
I believe I would recommend separate motions.
Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Would that be the general plan amendment and the zoning map as one, or would you want those separate too?
I think for clarity in the record, it would be great if we separated
Okay,
those
that's
out.
fine.
I think
Okay.
that we all understand that they're naturally paired,
Yes.
but for record purposes,
Okay,
separated.
so there's 4 things then we're looking at. Okay, Commissioner McGarleen?
Thank you. I am also supportive of the CEQA position. I think it makes sense, and I think it's been well explained. The general plan zoning change, I think that also is appropriate. I think the project is appropriate overall. There's a specific thing that I'd like you to look at, but if you look at the site plan, there's a property line that is somewhat separate from the trail edge. And that property line was established for other reasons. Now that you put a project in the middle of it and you have buildings that are, in my mind, like battleships, they have to be flat. And all the resolution of grading happens at either end of them. And that's the end that sometimes is right by your property line. So my concern is, how do you really pull that off? Because it's an invisible line. It's not, there is no demarcation that says this is the property. You're grading to that line and no further. You're not dealing with any of the city-owned land. You're irrigating to that line. You're not irrigating all the way to the, so it seemed like a very arbitrary line for you to have to deal with and the reality of construction to deal with. So what happens if there's, again, this is another property line movement issue, but what happens if you move that property line to back a walk? And the back a walk is your the back a walk is your project limit. It may be called an easement or whatever you want to call it, but you maintain your back a walk because in your landscape plan, you show landscaping on the other side of that walk as well. I don't know how you get irrigation there if it's not your ownership or maintenance. So somehow that has to be worked out, which I don't think it is yet. But I strongly suggest some negotiations about maybe that property line could be the back a walk, and you take over the responsibility from the city to make it more attractive. And it's a line that everybody knows where it is. It's not some arbitrary. So that's my main comment. I mean, the site plan, I understand the courtyards. I like the paving. I like the architectural treatment. I like the vines on the garage doors, assuming you'll do that because that's important. But I think you're on the right track, and I like your architectural principles. I look forward to seeing where that goes to. But all in all, I think it's a very healthy project in a very beautiful location.
Oh, great. Thank you, Commissioner McGarleen. Do you want to comment on your thoughts on the general plan amendment and the zoning map and the tentative subdivision map?
I think I mentioned the.
Oh, you did?
The general plan I support.
Okay.
The zoning. On the zoning.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure I heard you right. Okay, great. Okay, Commissioner Rackison.
Unplug my microphone. There we go. Well, for the general plan amendment, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's kind of in the spirit of the general plan, and what I have a feeling will be the next general plan, as well as the most recent housing element we just went over. Same goes for the zoning map. The subdivision map, there is that issue where you start reaching into the design part. Once you approve a subdivision map, you're kind of locking in some design elements, what's possible with the site. That said, I'm sure there's been an exhaustive amount of alternatives. It's a strange shaped site. You're dealing with emergency vehicle access. I have a feeling we've arrived at something that's pretty close to what's feasible to get the amount of units to make the project work. So I would support the subdivision map as well. The secret review is something I struggle with. One of the big considerations I always look at too is kind of public input, big public response that we get about these issues. I think, as much as there are confines to what a CEQA analysis is and what we're really looking at, the scope, the rules that we play by, if you will, I think the public, what I hear a lot is that they want the most robust environmental review possible on the river, right? The river is a very sensitive area. Petaluma has a lot of pride in our river. It's really, especially recently, I think people see a lot of development directly on the riverfront, and they start to be concerned that, we're getting excited about activating the riverfront and kind of driving over environmental considerations to get there. I think this project has the potential to be a real gem. It's right in the center. It is a strange site, but there's unique water features. The design of it, we've seen designs where they don't face the river and they don't engage. So this is really getting to what kind of a riverfront development could really be in its best sense, I think, assuming we have all the right design discussions. But I think there is that element of the public being concerned that, look, we want to know that our T's have been crossed, our I's have been dotted when we look at all the environmental considerations for a project. That being said, in the discussion of where we are in the CEQA process with this negative declaration, some of my issues I have with it, I think we would run into I would have the same issues with an EIR, right? If we're kicking it up to another agency and just defaulting to that as a sufficient mitigation, we invoke the name of said agency, mitigated. I don't love that kind of environmentalism. That's the process. So I think if we necessitated an EIR, we'd probably see the same thing. We would see the same agencies invoked. Again, we can't be too prescriptive, and that's kind of the name of the game. Again, that pulls at me though, because then I say, well, the public would just like to know we required the absolute most. So in this vein, I want to ask the applicant, have you guys engaged Petaluma Wetlands Alliance, any other local environmental groups or stakeholders who might have a role in observing habitat, potentially restoring habitat? Because when we talk about the site, I notice that we do talk about limiting illumination of the river to impact nurseries and things like that. But we're talking about intensified human use, human-centric use of the space that will impact, I think has a significant impact that I don't know if you can mitigate if you're having humans 5 feet from the water constantly and people getting in boats. So to me, there's kind of an argument there, hey, let's do an EIR. But again, I don't think I would get the answers I want from that immediately. So yeah, from the applicant team, have you guys engaged any stakeholders who might work with these kind of environmental considerations?
The two that we've been working most closely with are the Friends of the River and their Heritage Center, who do have people that have talked to us about making sure that our landscape plan coordinates with whatever they do on the riverside, and same with the river park itself, the folks out there. And I know that they have specialty landscape architects that they're working with to restore the riverfront. And we've talked to them about making sure that our landscape architect talks to theirs, and so that it's a coordinated effort. So I guess that's yes.
Well,
but not specifically the wetlands folks. We have not talked to them because we're not going down into the river other than the 2 stormwater outfalls. So we've made a concerted effort to stay out of the river and let it come back to natural. We'll do some plantings, but we want it to be natural again. And keeping in mind, sure, there's going to be a lot of human use on the property, but for over 50 years, it's been industrial use. So there's been barges, there's been loud noise, there's been lights at night, there's been a lot of activity on the site, and that's actually going to decrease now, right? So it's like a give and take. So there'll be more people, but there'll be less boats and traffic in the river and things like that.
Okay. Now, would you guys be open if groups like that come forward, right? We have a local wildlife nonprofit that comes forward, expresses concerns. Are you guys open to that kind of communication and partnership to not necessarily force us to do a CEQA process that, again, might end us at a place where we're having the same discussion? Are you guys open to that kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I just, I want to make sure though that this decision made by the Planning Commission is based on what is in the record and what is before you, and that while you might meet with groups, and that's great, that it's not additional conditions placed on the project, that this group is not or the council is not putting on the project. So I just want to be really clear of
Sure.
lines of discretion
What-
versus lines of community,
Well, to folks watching, this gives a channel. So if someone sees this and says, look, this should have been an EIR, I have these concerns, but we approve the negative deck because of the questions we've asked, the discussion we've had, it's nice to know there's a channel of communication open for said group to reach out directly and engage the applicant to maybe assuage those concerns. That was the only reason I asked.
okay. And I just want to be clear that we don't want to add conditions outside of the public hearing
Thank you.
Yes,
as well.
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can't condition community outreach as part of the approval. So that said, again, with all those qualifiers, I think I would approve moving forward with the project, subject to our rigorous SPAR review and everything else.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Arakis. Commissioner Wiseman.
Great. I'll be brief at 10:20. I'm supportive of the mitigated negative declaration under CEQA. Both the general plan amendment and the zoning map amendment, and also the subdivision map. So all in the process meets my approval.
Thank you very much. Great. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
And I'm in support with the other commissioners.
Great, thank you very much. And I too will be supporting the initial study mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, also the general plan amendment and the zoning map amendment, and also the approval of the tentative subdivision map with the associated warrants. So let's go ahead and let's talk through let's go through each one individually so we can get a roll call vote. So I would like to make a motion to recommend that the city council adopt or approve entitlements for the Oyster Cove mixed-use neighborhood project, including an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
Can I, does that include the proposed revision to Hazard 1 that in the MMRP that Crystal had presented, as well as correction of that setback blank to fill that in?
In addition to the Bio 5 to be consistent with the arborist report for the 36-inch box trees. And then I think as well the requirement for on-site.
On-site wetlands.
But I'm thinking that maybe that revision should include or as otherwise stipulated by the regulatory agency to provide some flexibility and not tread on their toes too much.
If everybody is in agreement with that?
I'll second the motion.
Yes. Okay. I need it moved first, I think.
Oh,
You want to move it? Okay. And
thought you did.
Okay, and then I'll second. Okay, I'll get a second.
I'll second.
Okay, great. Okay, that looks like it's moved and seconded. And Ms. Ellis, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Wiseman,
Yes.
Rackison,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Hooper, recused, McCurling,
Yes.
Potter.
Aye. Great, that looks like that passes. Then we'll go on to our second one, where we're going to recommend that the city council adopt the general plan amendment to change the land use designation from river dependent to industrial to mixed use.
I move that we recommend to the city council adoption of a general plan amendment for the Oyster Cove mixed-use neighborhood project.
Great, thank you. And can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner McGarreline. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Ellis?
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Wiseman,
Yes.
Rackison,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Hooper, recused, McCurling,
Yes.
Potter. We have six yeses.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next one then. And we will, can I get a motion to recommend that the city council adopt the Smart Code Regulating Plan Zoning Map Amendment to change the zoning map and CPSP zoning map for river-dependent industrial to mixed use.
So moved.
So moved. Can I get a second, please? Okay, great. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Ellis.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Wisman,
Yes.
Rackison,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Hooper recused, McErlane,
Yes.
Potter. That was 6 yeses.
Great, thank you very much. And lastly, can I get a motion, please, to recommend that the city council adopt a tentative map for subdivision and condominium purposes with associated smart code warrants?
And Chair, as part of that motion, we would like to include the revisions to Public Works conditions of approval, as well as the fire marshal conditions of approval. And we are tracking on 2 additional conditions of approval. One is a condition to require a site-ready state for use of recycled water for landscaping when
Right.
it becomes available.
Yes.
And the applicant has indicated that they would like their engineer to speak on that.
Okay,
And then the second condition would be to add language about referring to the potential for nuisance from the
oh, yes,
adjacent
yes, thank you. Mhm.
use to
Okay,
the subdivision.
great, okay,
map.
let's have the engineer speak on the purple pipes, okay.
I think we just want to make sure we're clear. I think the way you said it is actually fine, but in practice, we will install an irrigation system that is set up to be cut over in the case that recycled water is eventually available at the site. We're not installing 2
Right.
different systems.
Yes.
Right.
That's what I know too. Yes, okay. So, yes, well, we'll need a motion to adopt the tentative subdivision map with those warrants and associated add-ons.
So moved.
So moved and second?
I'll second.
Okay, great. Commissioner Rackison seconded. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Ellis.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Wisman,
Yes.
Rackison,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Hooper recused, McErlane,
Yes.
Potter.
Aye.
We have 6 yeses, 1 recusal.
Great, thank you very much. And we're not done yet. People in the audience might be done, but we're not done yet. But I think we do need to make a motion to extend the meeting.
Yes,
Yes.
correct. If we were to go to
Right.
additional items past 10:30, we would need a motion, and hopefully we don't go past 11. But
No,
if so, we'll
I-
need another motion.
I would like to make that motion that we extend the meeting to 11. So that means we need to be done with our work by 11, and let's do that first, because I think when we do that, I think we could do things quickly tonight for the rest of it. So I'd like to make the motion that we extend the meeting until 11.
So moved.
You got a second?
Seconded.
Okay, Ms. Ellis, can we have a roll call vote?
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Wisman,
Yes.
Rackison,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Hooper recused, McErlane,
Yes.
Potter.
Aye.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay, now that's done, we can go ahead, and this is the portion where I want us to talk and give feedback to the applicant about the architecture. So they asked us what we thought, regarding the different facades, industrial, modern, or traditional rooftop uses and things like that. So let's go ahead, and this is informal. We're just providing feedback so that when they come to us with their SPAR design, it will more likely be something that we were looking for rather than setting them back again and again and again. So so let's go through this, and this time I think we can ask questions, and we can do questions and comments at the same time. So we'll start this time with Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Can we have the image up?
A what?
The image?
Oh, I thought you
Sure,
I thought you
sure,
asked for a
stand
joke.
by.
The architectural image?
Yes.
It's on its way, Commissioner. Also, I would add that these comments wouldn't necessarily preclude a study session with Planning
Right,
Commission
right.
during the
Mhm.
SPAR review process. Right.
Whoops, back two. I think if we could, you want to start there?
Yeah. Councilmember Cater Thompson, is that okay? We start with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, okay.
Well, my preference, I don't really like if we're just looking at the photo here, I don't like the look on the lower right. That just looks like anything that you can find anywhere. I like more of a modern look. I don't really like the development across the river, the design, and I prefer more of a modern look, which would be more of the middle top or the lower one from the top one in the mid line.
Okay.
And that's just more of my preference. But the other ones I don't really care for at all. Not that can't change from these designs.
No.
But I just prefer something more modern looking. That's just my preference.
Okay, yeah, these are just examples to give us
Yeah,
a starting
I don't really
point.
like, I don't like the tall pitched roofs.
Okay.
I don't like the industrial look necessarily. And I would like this to look different than the industrial area, which I
Okay.
would consider across the river. I don't like straight looks. I like, some texture. And I'm not an architect, but I know what I like and I don't like.
That's where we started this conversation.
Yeah, right, exactly.
You would know what
so-
you all liked when you saw it, so that's
Yeah,
where
I mean, I'd like to, hear from my colleagues, who have more experience than I do. But I definitely have a design I like more so.
Okay.
So I think I'm.
Thank you, that's good guidance.
Yeah.
Commissioner Wisman?
It's probably reflective of the conversation that we had previous to the meeting a couple weeks ago. But I think my first principle on architectural styling of a subdivision like this is anything but uniform. So even if it's my favorite design, if it all looks the same, I think it's a huge distraction from my perspective. I too prefer the more modern look. I think we have plenty of heritage Petaluma waterfront type architectural style. Not that something in this development couldn't include that, but I think we need a little bit of diversity beyond that. I do like the multiple roof lines that I think a subsequent aerial view showed, rather than just the consistent one. Even though I didn't think the consistent one was bad before, where it's mostly flat roofs and accommodating the solar. I think this one, though I'm not crazy about the super steep pitches, I do like the diversity of pitches there, at the roof level. I like the idea of the paseos and having access through those paseos, and I think that introduces a nice element and a nice flow of the community and the public through that area. And I think one of my favorite features is D Street, and what you've done with the D Street there, and the progression from the bike lane to the pedestrian to the building fronting and the entrees there. I think that's a great example of both accommodating those multi-modes as well as making them into a really workable area in front of the building. As far as the shed and the reuse of the shed, I'm also in favor of a more prescriptive use than having just kind of an open area there. I think that a lot of probably less favorable things can come out of just something that's open. Whether it's, a mix between boats and commercial uses and retail and restaurants, whatever, I'll leave that to another day. But I do like the more prescriptive use there.
Did you have a preference on the shed?
I don't want it to be opened.
Okay.
All done.
One last note. I love the idea of some type of vertical garden element. It's great that we have trees, at grade that will someday get tall, but some incorporation of other garden elements, either on balconies or some way built in the facades, I think adds a really interesting effect, and I think would be great for that location.
Okay, terrific.
Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Rakusin.
Yeah, for the boathouse, I think, like the previous commissioners have said, not having it open, have a defined use. Would love to see it be more usable that way for the community. I think for me, definitely if we're going to remove a private open space, having some kind of offset in the context of the housing element. We talked about, rooftop gardens, but yeah, some kind of green space incorporated into the architectural design. And really for me, and I'm not talking about like earthships or something wild, but I'm talking, I love something that's ecologically sensitive, whatever that means, draws inspiration from the river. Not necessarily, it doesn't have to be corrugated metal siding. I think we got enough of that. But I think something that draws inspiration from us as a river town, draws inspiration from the surrounding wetlands and ecology. Again, I don't think I've seen that on the preview we had there of the collage. But I think if we're going to do anything, a diversity of designs with that kind of unifying principle, if we're talking like 30,000 foot view, that's really what I would love to see in this area, because we're going to be bordering the park open space. I just talked about how I lament if we impact biodiversity at all. So trying to do something that's somehow sensitive to all those considerations. I don't know exactly what that looks like. I think we'd know it if we saw it.
Okay, terrific.
Great, thanks. Commissioner McGarreline?
Yes. Can you go back to the images? Yeah, my sense is what you have to work with is the roof, flat or pitched roof, or a shed roof. Those are your three roof choices.
Mm-hmm.
And if you use a roof, I think the shadow line is important in terms of overhang and a distinctive edge. The bulk or the mass of the building, it's a 3-story building, so I think that it's all about window placement and window detailing, and I think balconies are very important. Like I think the image middle top uses balconies nicely, where it really enhances the articulation of the building. The bottom right is a horrible combination of a little bit of everything. Then the far left is a little too spacey, I think, for me. I love middle left, the interior shot of that interior. It's a beautiful space to live in. I think that if you can do that, that'd be a great quality unit. Then I think I would say nature. What your comment about the river influence. I think nature, some wood would be helpful, and maybe shingles that have more of a natural texture, or earth stucco, earth tone stucco. But the first principle in your list of integrity. I think if you can achieve integrity, no matter what it is, I think that's what it's all about.
Great, thank you, Commissioner McGarrely and Commissioner Potter.
Yeah, I think I already mentioned it in the meeting. I am not an architect, but I do like the modern look in the center column. But I'm not as opposed to some of the other commissioners of the reference to the industrial materials. And I think that figuring out how to integrate the existing restored oyster shed with the materials that are used throughout would be interesting. And I agree with the idea of wood and metal as being reflective of the historic uses of the site. I also prefer the either flat or gently sloping roofs, but I did like the idea of putting the fourth floor open spaces, periodically through the development if it can be done in a way that doesn't create conflicts. And then finally, I'm very excited about the repurposing of the oyster shed. And for me, it's super important that it maximizes the river-dependent functions of that building. That's ties back into the general plan amendment that was just granted. And so I think it would be really nice to be able to connect it with the boating needs of the community. And I also agree that although some of it could be open, I would like to see some of that building or a large part of it remain kind of closed the way it is, but be able to function as a river-dependent use. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Potter. And I don't love the modern look myself, but of course this is very subjective. So I do prefer that this area kind of pay homage to what it has historically been and have a little bit more of these like industrial elements left to it, and also ties in well with the shed. I would like to see a lot of fenestration and elements added, like balconies and different textures and different designs. And of course, we are asking for things to be probably very expensive, I would imagine, but that's what we like. We can't help that. So I'll be interested to see what you come up with. And maybe having some options would not be a bad idea. Of course, the rooftop gardens are really nice. Definitely supportive of that. I think that would be a really nice element here. Regarding the boathouse, yes to it having multiple uses like boathouse storage and some sort of other commercial use, restaurant or cafe or something like that. And then I do like having a little bit of open space in the middle too, where people can congregate. But I definitely don't. I'm not in favor of the whole area being open. I think it'll just quickly become like a big skate park or something like that. Not that I'm against skate parks, but it's not the intended use for this area. So those are my thoughts. And I also wanted to echo the thoughts of having some sort of vertical garden element in this area would be really nice. Would blend in nice, I think, with the riverbanks and the other natural features that are going to be so prominent in this area. So I think that's it. Hopefully that answers some of your questions. And if you have any more questions of us, shoot.
Well, I think that's very helpful for us. I would say, listening to all of you, one thing we think about with the shed is when we typically work with we consider it historic, even though it's not. But what you put around it, you want to have be in contrast to it, so there's no confusion about what was there historically. And I think that gets to some of your comments, especially about the live work, about how we might approach that with a more contemporary feel to create contrast and an offset and no confusion. But I think that the best way to approach this would be to take your comments and the principles, much of which have been called out of our discussions with the community and with you, those principles, and come back for a study session with options. I think that you will know it when you see it. We don't obviously know it yet. I think we've taken steps in the right direction. And this is very helpful to us because now we have, I think, more clear direction. And you're right, it is subjective.
It's just a comment I'll add. The two apartment projects, one down by the roundabout down in, and that's one, and the other one by Water Street. That's what we don't want.
Okay. We've heard comments a lot of what not to do. I think in almost every meeting we did get a what not to do. But it is subjective and we all have different opinions. I think we want to strike a balance. And I think you said, Councilmember Wisman, Commission Member Wisman, that diversity is one thing we do want to see. And it doesn't necessarily need to completely depart from one stylistic kind of train of thought. But we also need to make sure that it's diverse, but it doesn't look like an invasive species. Somehow it has to fit into Petaluma. It has to be referential to Petaluma. It's a tricky, as an architect, I would say. I practice planning, but I am an architect. That's just not what I do. I love it, but it's a tricky one. But this is very helpful. We really appreciate you taking the time tonight to stay late and give us some additional direction. Very helpful to us. Right. And all the time you spent on our application, we really do appreciate that. Obviously, you spent a lot of time reviewing it, and we're very appreciative of your work too. I sat in your chair for 8 years on my planning commission. It's a labor of love.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long, and thank you to staff for a very thorough very thorough presentations, and to the applicant for likewise staying late and answering our questions. And it's been a very long meeting. We're not done yet, but I think in terms of this meeting, we're going to close this item. The Oyster Cove agenda item is now closed, and we'll move on to our business portion of the meeting. And are we going to is Commissioner Hooper going to come back for this? No, okay, he's in bed. He's maybe watching us from home. Doubt it. We'll move on to then the commission comment. And first, we'll go with our council member, Cater Thompson, for the city council report.
Let's see. I went to an Sonoma County Transportation Authority meeting the other day. I'm on SCTA, and we approved moving forward with a ballot measure to determine financing for Highway 37. And just to be clear, it's kind of a temporary fix, and we're just waiting for the $1 or $2 billion, from the feds to actually make it a long-term fix. So this is temporary because 37 is dropping, all the time. And so that's happening. Last night at the council, we did our budget. And I have to say it was somewhat easy budget to really read. It was done really well. So that was done last night. And of course, then you have more questions after you leave the meeting, just like tonight. I'll have more questions. And the other thing is, I just want to tell the commissioners I'm always very impressed listening to everybody and the depth of knowledge that you have, and I really appreciate that. And sometimes when I vote no, I know that something's going to come back to the council, so I'll have a second bite at that apple, and I walk out of the room. I'm not angry if I walk out of a room, depending on how somebody votes. And I want you to know that I just appreciate your work and staff's work.
Thank you very much, council member. That's nice. Well, it looks like Vice Chair Hooper is not here right now, so we'll skip the BPAC report, and we'll go to the Tree Advisory Committee, and that would be Commissioner McGarlane.
Let's see, the tree, we had a tree Arbor Day celebration at the park, planted 3 big, nice trees, and the street tree list is being formulated. It's getting better defined with Howard Formby. There's heritage tree list is also provided to Parks and Rec. They're supposed to be defining that. There's images of the trees and there's addresses and comments. So all that has to be put into some sort of format that will be part of the overall street tree system. We're trying to figure out how to approach more trees in the city, getting more trees in the city, and both in public-owned space, but also, I would say 80% of the land's in private-owned space. So how do we deal with that? And I think that's been a question we're going back and forth with, and trying to meet with other parts of the city to understand what's the rules and how do we approach these neighborhoods that are all existing trees, private property, and they control them, they maintain them. That's their responsibility, but it's not really well controlled or well directed or well. There's no incentive system, so we're trying to figure out how to deal with that.
Right. Thank you very much, Commissioner McCarrollane. Any other commissioner comments?
I did have
Okay,
a comment.
yes.
Earlier today, we had a member of the public who made some comments, and I feel like it's always challenging to recount past conversations and also to guess at the intention of the speaker. But I do think that tonight we demonstrated that we do take into consideration water quality and soil quality and the whole range of CEQA issues. And we also do have discussions about when it's appropriate for our local government to be enforcing or implementing state and federal laws. But at the end of the day, this commission has a great track record of evaluating all the issues in the context of our general plan, which includes the conservation element as well as the water element. So I just wanted to say for the record, I don't recall any commissioner just in a single swoop saying that we don't address those kind of issues when we review our planning applications that come before us.
Great, thank you.
Can I add to that too? In fact, I can't remember if it was last year or the year. It's probably been longer than I remember because it feels like everything's blurring together. But we actually made modifications to Chapter 24 of the IZO to ensure that the city maintained full discretion under CEQA, even for projects that are only site plan and architectural review. You may recall us referring to the McCorkle case that had come out, and at one point it said, you can, with a site plan and architectural review or design review, you can only really be focusing on those things that your design review findings say you can. And so we modified the ordinance to specifically call out CEQA and the full complement of CEQA even for things. So we've worked very diligently to ensure that we maintain the maximum discretion we can while abiding by all, state laws and such. But so I would agree. I don't remember that specific the reference, but I wanted to take a moment to kind of refer the commission back to remembering that we did that code process as well.
Awesome. Great. Thank you, Ms. Hines. Okay, that's it? Okay, awesome. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. We can now.
I think Commissioner Rakusin had something.
Okay,
to
yes.
add.
Not to belabor this issue, if I had to say what I think the intention of that comment was, it was the idea, and I kind of explained it when we voted on the negative deck, was that we're not the final decision maker for water quality issues, soil quality issues, air quality issues, and we do have to defer to state and federal agencies is the understanding. I've had people tell me that is not the case. I think that was the nature of Ms. Obaid's comment, was I've had people tell me this is not the case, that folks in Sacramento or in Oakland who review this project along with many others would not have as strict a filter as we would as local community members. I think there's validity to that argument. As I understand it, when we're asking an applicant to abide by the rules of CEQA, there's kind of a certain threshold, a standard that I think you have to keep. And if I'm understanding, it is invoking a larger agency and requiring their approval before the city moves forward is a mitigation measure. However frustrating that is, if we think they're not going to do a good enough job, I couldn't do a better job than them per se. but the local community could. I think there's an argument there. If I had to kind of translate what I heard in that, that's what I'm thinking. And I think it's specifically about the David On project, where we ran up against that, where I brought up a lot of issues, and it was said, look, we have to defer to these agencies. And I think if I had to understand that comment, that's kind of how I would see it. So,
Thank you. And yeah, just to add to that, I, know well some of these oversight agencies, and they are very, very thorough in their jobs because they are very niche in their, like, say, 401 permits or something like that. They look at those with a fine-tooth comb very, very carefully. There's really no way we would be able to do the job that they do. They know well, they're professionals, that's their expertise, and yeah, if they take their job very seriously, and they look at things very, very carefully. So I think their work is it's the right place for them to be doing it. So, but yeah, okay, thank you. You're good? Okay. All right, great. Then we'll move on to the planning manager's report, and that'll be you today, Ms. Hines?
I'm
or-
pretending to be that today.
Okay, okay.
I just have a couple things I wanted to bring up. One is, I think you've been discussing this about moving the time of these meetings to 6 o'clock. So that is moving forward. The HCPC is going to move to the first Tuesdays of each month so that the 6 o'clock can start. So that will come as a resolution to the Planning Commission at your next meeting. It does need to go to council. No, it doesn't need to go to council?
No, the commission can revise or controls its own rules and regulations. So,
But it won't start till July, likely.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll bring it to you. We anticipate bringing it to you on May 23rd. And it would just then reflect just the change to 6 p.m. Then it would become effective the first meeting in July.
Oh, yes.
Because we have to take a similar resolution to HCPC, and they won't meet again until June.
So it's coming.
Very good news, thank you.
You will have noticed that your next few agendas are full, I think through June, full agendas. So looking forward to that. And then a little bit of fun if you are looking for something to do on the 22nd of May. Cool Petaluma and the city of Petaluma are doing an expo, a Resilient Community Expo, 5 to 8 on the 22nd of May at Lucchese Center. And I believe there's going to be a group bike ride from Walnut Park over to the community center. And I believe they're leaving Walnut Park around 4:30. So should be some good. There's going to be some food trucks, some activities for kids. There's going to be information about electrification resources. So it should be an interesting, informative gathering.
Thank you. Hopefully the thousands of people that have tuned in have heard that.
And Chair, can I just add something real
Sure.
quick? Andrew, the appeal is happening in 2 weeks, right? So I am helping the planning staff with the staff report, and I helped with the initial decision. So for due process purposes, if the Planning Commission has questions, it's going to be my colleague Jordan Green that you would want to ask. I don't know if she'll be here in person, so maybe you ask beforehand, just so there's a separation between the person that is doing the prosecution, it says, can't then be in the ears of the judge. So
Great.
That is the plan there.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any other commissioner comments at this point?
I have just one comment. That in working with the tree committee and the question is, what are other committees doing and how do we interface with other committees? And it seems like there needs to be some sort of filter that interfaces with all the committees and has a sense of where they're going and how they should be interfaced with each other. And because I was part of a D Street presentation by the Bicycle Engineering Committee about improving D Street. Huge impact to the quality of what D Street is from a planning standpoint. And it seems like we need to be part of that, or somehow there needs to be some sort of interface with, okay, you can remove half the cars on D Street and solve your traffic problem or your bike trail problem, but there's some other issues here in terms of community design that we need to consider. So I don't know how we bring that together or how we orchestrate that, but that's a concern.
Thank you for bringing that up to us. Yeah, I've heard that before.
Well, yeah, I bet you have.
But, I mean, things do filter up towards the council, which is good, it sounds like. But thank you very much for that, Commissioner McCarrollane. Well, with that being said, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 10:58, I think, somewhere, 10:58 p.m. 2 minutes to spare. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a good night.
Recording stopped.